And I'm back. It's been about a day for me. It's the next night, and ready to finish chapter 1. So we pretty much did with the main plot. We got through the first dark world, first fountain that we needed to seal. We sealed it. Now I'm just going to talk to all the townspeople that I haven't talked with, and then I'm going to go home and finish the chapter. Yeah, and then I'll probably I'll cut the video because I'll end the video once I finish the chapter, and then the next video that I upload will be chapter 2. But I'll probably start doing that tonight. Like, I'll stop the video once I finish this chapter, and then I'll start the new video probably right after, because this probably shouldn't take too long, right? So we've been to the school, we've been to the library. That's all that's over there, right? I believe so. We went south and saw the the weird bunker, the Gaster thing that people think that it's Gaster. So I just realized I don't hear any music. Hold on. I hear a little bit. Let me turn up the volume then. Oh no. Can I not? Can I really not? Hold on. Unless it's the volume on my headphones. Hold on. Hold on. Where's my volume set to? Set to 12. I'd like to set it to. It's not my ears, is it? Hold on. Okay, I had a little bit of an audio issue, but I think that I fixed it. I guess that I just needed to turn up the volume from my headphones, because I could really barely hear the music. It was so quiet. Now I hear it all right. It was worried that I wouldn't be capturing that I didn't capture the music and stuff, the audio of the game in my recording, so I checked back and it was fine. It was like, okay, it must be the headset or something. Yeah, I just raised the volume. It was fine. Okay, let me sit back down. That I'm recording. Yeah. Oh, okay. Almost a minute, I guess, that I haven't been doing anything. Okay. Right, let's go. I'm going to start from the top left. Like northwest. This is my house, probably. No, this is not my house. Okay. My house is up here, right? Yes, okay. So I'm going to... I've been here before, right? The gate. Tell the guards to open up the gate. Gates. Who's locked? Okay. I'm going to start with the cats. Yeah. Little Chrissy. Oh, little Chrissy. That's what she's calling me. Okay. Little Chrissy, like, what's up? Give Aunt Catty a hug. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Haha. I'm not even actually your aunt. Oh my gosh. I can talk to you about... Can I talk to you about something? Actually, like, anything though? Your choice. Azrael. Oh my gosh, Azrael. Like, what a cutie pie. Do you remember when me and him went to the dance? Actually, it's him and I. No, it's he and whatever. Went to the dance. Were you a chaperone, or? That was like the best night ever. Is Azrael older than I think here? And I spilled the entire punch bowl all over him. Or maybe she's younger than I think. And that's inappropriately in front of your mom. You got arrested in the parking lot for making a scene. Wow, she's a lot. That was so much fun. Tell him I said hi. Okay. Cat. It says cat. That's funny. Oh, Chris, like, if you want to come in, our cat flap is, like, always open to you. Oh, yeah, they have a cat. Wait, they have a cat flap? Why do they have a cat flap? Do they have a cat, or do they use it themselves? This is like the whole Goofy Pluto thing all over again. Are they cats with cats? How does this work? How does it work? Various cat-themed junk is piled inside the house. They're cats, but they're also like cat enthusiasts? What? Are they like Who's, where everything is Who themed? Everything is called Who, everything is cat? It seems to be a bit of a cat stuff. Haha, cat stuff. Alright, scratching my head. Okay, I don't remember this guy from Undertale. I was never sure, like, where he came from. Is he a new character? Or... I don't remember him. Is this her husband? Yeah, what's the deal? Is this her husband? Like, what? Yeah. Hey, neighbor Baber, when's your brother Doug, Asriel, gonna come by? My girls love to see him. Oh, is it her dad? He's a sweet little man. He's just got one problem. He doesn't like my wife's cooking. What's wrong, Douglas? You don't like frozen cat food? So either he's the husband and she's the wife, or he's the dad and she's the daughter? Oh, okay. I don't know. What is this? It's a broken grill. Yeah. Broken cat. Yucky. Okay, that's everything here. Okay. What are these? There's some kind of scratching noise coming from inside. Is that it? Yeah. And then this is the other one, right? I forgot she's not a cat. She's like a gator, crocodile, alligator. She's best friends with the other one in Undertale, but they don't really know each other, or like they're like weirded out by each other, right? I think. Chrissy, like, long time no see. What's up? You want to talk about something? I mean, they're basically like exactly alike, so it's like, why do they have problems with each other? Neighbor. Oh, the chick next door drives me nuts. I keep seeing her everywhere I go. She's a total copycat, huh, cat? Like, why though? Doesn't she realize she'll never be me? Ooh. Honestly, her whole family's like so trashy. Wow, okay. Once her sister served me a coffee and her sister. Which makes me think that guy's the dad. And we haven't seen the sister or the mom? I don't know. Her sister just served me a coffee and have cat fur. Like, get a hairnet, girl, for like your whole body. Aw. Okay. Chrissy, like, long time no see. Talk about something. Memories? Remember that time you wanted to hang out with us big kids? I was like, yeah, of course. Just get us some burgers. What just happened? Did the music just change, or did it just get louder for me? Huh. Okay, hold on. Let's get some burgers. Whoa, why is it so loud now? Amazingly, you actually got them. So I told you to go back and get some french fries, too. Go to this volume. There's 2. And a dozen miniature cakes? They were so good, I ate like 6. And I like suddenly got so sick I had to go home. Man. So, like, anyway, Chris, you busy? Huh. What's up? Do you want to talk about something? Is this mean? Is this gonna be mean? Oh, my sister-in-law. Yeah, I'm joking, but, like, remember that time I played Truth or Dare with Azzy? I, like, made him give up. Oh! And your mom found out he kissed someone, and, like, I think she basically dialed 911. Grandma went to church, like, every single day that week. Huh. I find that aspect interesting, like, the religion aspect. Like, we don't know much about their religion, right? But it has, like, superficial similarities to Christianity. Gotta turn this down. That got so loud. Oh, it's actually... It's not as quiet as it was at 12. It's at 12 right now. I have it at... The volume's 12. It's not as quiet as it was before. Maybe there was an issue with my headphones that just, like, resolved itself? I don't know. Either it got louder or... No, I don't think it got louder, because it's still louder, so... I guess it's just an issue with my headphones. But hopefully that doesn't keep happening. Alright, I've been here, right? Let me just do this in case. Knock, knock, knock. I'm afraid no one's home right now. It's recording, yeah. Why do you prance on home? I'm not a horse. Or horse-like monster. I don't prance. Okay, should I do this later? I don't know if I want to do this immediately. It's your dad's truck. The floor of the front seat is littered with old papers and pictures. Oh. Asgore, this is probably the way to... Yeah, the way to Insan. I did everything on this row except for Asgore's place, right? Yeah, okay. Alright, we'll do Asgore's and then we'll go south, and we'll go south again. Bloop, 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 bloop. Nothing? Nothing? No, I can't check anything? Flower King. Oh, get it! Flower King? King? Huh? He's the king, and I'm gonna tell you, you get it? You get the joke, you get the little nod, the little inside joke there, the little lampshade. Well, maybe not a lampshade, but you know what I mean. Lampshade is where you acknowledge a trope, right? This is just sort of acknowledging he's the king in the other world. Okay, let's go. There he is. Oh! Cutscene. Dum-de-dum. Oh! Is someone there? This is just like in... Well, it's kind of like in Another Tale, right? He's tending the flowers. This moment, I've almost finished watering these flowers. Oh, here we are. Howdy, how can I? Oh, Chris. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot if you don't like hugs like that. Am I not a hugging doctor? Well, now make yourself at home, Chris. You can help yourself to anything you like. Why don't you like hugs, doctor? Because it's a way to hide your face. Okay. Seeds? The seeds? I still can't check anything. No. Oh, it's a cash register. There's not much to... Aww. Asgore. Aww, it's a flower. Some kind of catalog. The car magazine underneath. There are various flowers inside. I don't get anything for checking these, right? No, I don't get to be a flower investigator, inspector, flower observer. Asgore! So Chris, I was thinking, perhaps when Azrael comes home, we could all go to the diner just like old times. Oh, it's so freaking sad! My treat. Doesn't that sound yummy? Well, I mean, it's sad that the marriage ended, right? And that the family is no longer all together. But it's also sad that they're not on good terms, you know? Azrael and Toriel, you know? It's like, Asgore wants to be. Like, I guess he also maybe wants to get back together with her, which he definitely doesn't want. But, you know, it'd be nice if they could be friends, you know? And it sort of goes into, like, what happened that split up the marriage, you know? I was watching this thing, by some YouTuber, I forget the name, talking about, like, theorizing, like, what happened. That there was, like, some sort of disaster that happened, some sort of accident that caused Noelle's sister to disappear, and her dad ended up in the hospital, right? And so it's theorized that he lost his job, right, as the police chief, and then for some reason Toriel left him. Like he was blamed for what happened, and that just destroyed his life. Like, oh, you know, it's sad. You know, at least at least, you know, at least in this universe, he didn't vow to kill any human he came across, you know? Like, I understand leaving him for that. And stealing the body of your adopted kid. And trying to stop any human who falls into the underground from going there. I was about to say, is there no way she could have just patched up the hole? You know, the hole that the humans fall through? But then I realized, oh, the hole is probably above the barrier, right? Because I think of the barrier as being kind of like a sphere in a way, some sort of three-dimensional barrier around the underground. And the hole that they fall through is probably above where the barrier is. So in order to plug the hole, you'd have to leave. You can't. But yeah, you know, it's... You know, well, it's hard, you know, I don't come from a divorced family, but you know, it's hard, I know. Situations like that. Oh wait, anything else? All look nice. Aww. Might need to clean up my truck, but oh, okay. Wonder if I have anything to say once I come back downstairs. Howdy. Howdy there. Imagine if he just sprouted a face at one point, like, it's me. I'm here. Oh, there's Gore. It's a note. It says, no rent received again. Stop giving away flowers. Stop selling them. You have 1 month. C. C. I forget who C is. Who's C? C. Not coming to me. Where's bags of soil? Dirty watering can. There's Gore. There's some dirty fur stuck in the drain. There's a rusty fridge with some photos on it. Oh, Chris, if you're hungry, help yourself to anything you want. These photos. Photo of your mother and father on their wedding day. Oh, she's holding a bouquet of 7 flowers. 7 flowers. A reindeer-looking monster stands nearby in a tuxedo, right? That's probably Noelle's dad, right? He was the best man. They all look happy. Aww. Oh, there's more. Small TV on top of some superhero comics. See, they got the antenna CRT thing going on, right? What decade is this supposed to be? I thought somewhere it says that it's like, is it 2010X or is it later? Is it like 2020X or something? I don't know, but it's like they got like this retro thing going on. I'm not complaining. Not bad. It's an air mattress. It's certainly not king size. Oh, Chris, do you want to sleep over? You could use that air mattress, and I could use those bags of soil. Perhaps not. But it's just the same thing. Okay. Oh, he doesn't respond. Okay. This is a door to the balcony or something? It's a door. It's locked. It's a wall. There's not much to see. Same thing again. Okay. Each flower. What is yellow? Justice? Yellow's justice, right? Oh, I forget what the other ones are. Let me think. So Frisk and Kara are red, right? Or at least Frisk is red. You know what Kara's soul is? Well, okay, Frisk's soul is red, Chris' soul is red. Yeah, I don't remember. But gold is probably determination, right? Some people think that it's red, but other people say that it's gold. Determination is gold, and I think that probably makes more sense. Right, let's talk to Asgore and then check the flowers and then talk to him again. These flowers are still kicking. Quite hard to take care of them in this climate. Why? What's the climate like? Are they used to warmer weather? We move into warmer weather. Whatever that song is, right? There's a song like that. Got it? Same thing. Oh, okay. Alright, let's go through them one by one. Well, let's save this one for last. Magenta. So, okay, purple. Purple flower protected in a container. Blue flower protected in a container. I'm noticing a theme. Cyan flower protected in a container. It's a yellow flower protected in a container. It's an orange flower protected in a container. Huh. No, come on. What is happening? Come on. It's a green flower protected in a container. And then this one. Howdy, y'all. Golden flower protected in a container. That's it? That's all we get. Suspicious. I mean, Azrael's alive in this universe, right? So there shouldn't be a Flowey, right? Unless someone else becomes Flowey. I don't know. Well, could you take, if you like hit a monster, could you get could you get some of the dust to come off, and could you then put that on something else, and then that thing gets imbued with the essence, or does the monster have to die for that to happen? You know, is there a way that you can create like a bunch of Floweys from one person? You know, you think that's possible? I don't know. Well, that's even assuming that the rules. I was going to say that's assuming that the rules work the same in Deltarune, but I guess that same question could be posed in Undertale as well. Let's talk again. Anything changed? No, nothing changed. Okay. Yeah. This climate. Anything else? Anything I'm missing? Anything? No, I think I got everything. Oh, my remote's dying. I'm gonna have to plug it in soon. Maybe using the headphones with the remote, maybe it drains the battery. In a way, that the fact that I haven't been able to get the OBS to record audio with like the capture card and the Chat Link Pro and stuff kind of was like a blessing in a way, because it encouraged me to, well, I guess I could have done it anyway, but it encouraged me to figure out a new way. And I figured out, oh, I can plug my headphones into the remote, and that way the audio isn't being split away from the video, you know, from the visual, and when it goes to the computer. But it's also being sent, all of it's being sent to the TV as well, and the TV sends it to the remote, and the remote gives me the audio. And what's great about that is that I don't have to have my I don't have to be wired into the capture card. You know, I don't have to be wired into the switch in the capture card. See, right now I have the remote next to me. Put it back in my pocket, I guess. And I'm sitting on my recliner that I have. So yeah. So I don't have to be stuck like close to the computer and stuff. I would say like Ethan Smith, I'm unplugged, but I still am kind of plugged in a way in that headphones are plugged into the remote. But the remote's not plugged into anything, so you know, we'll need to be soon. I was about to say, why is there an opening here and not here? But there is one. He's standing right there at the top of the stairs. Okay. All right. Enough loitering. Let's go. Bye, Asgore. You're the best. Oh, okay. How'd you teleport? Did you teleport, Asgore? Say, Chris, I was thinking. Oh, is this gonna be the same thing? Yeah, it's gonna be. So you teleport, and each time you say the same thing. That's so yummy. It's gonna cycle. Okay. Oh, same. Look at all the nice driver right now. Oh, now he's just repeating that. Okay. What if I go back up here? Yeah, he's here. Anything change? It's gonna be the flowers. Yeah. Yep, okay. Take care of this climate. So they belong in a different climate. They're used to a different climate. What does that mean? Well, with the glass on, it makes me think that they're used to more humidity, right? Probably trapping in, like, moisture or something. I don't know. Let's go. There's Gore. Oh! That sound. Chris, before you go, it's not gonna work, Asgore. It's not gonna work. Nope. You gotta stop. Stop trying. Stop trying, Asgore. Good day. No, you gotta know when it's not gonna work, you know? You gotta know when it's not gonna work. Have a good night. Alright, let's go. Flower King. Did I check I checked the car, right? Dad's truck. Papers and country CDs. Okay, let's go. Still recording, right? I'm still recording. Capture my voice. When I was checking the audio before, I was like, oh, okay, I think I like the way it's mixing the music with my voice. Like, it's not like earlier in previous tries where you really couldn't hear my voice much when I was testing it. Reminds me of the person in the dungeon is just the eyeballs, you know. Alright, let's go. Right. Anyways, I've talked to Sans before. Inspected there, inspected there, inspected there. This just leads to Alphys, right? Alphys, yeah. Give me walk. I'm gonna talk to the people outside first, and then I'm gonna go in the buildings. Creepy looking. Why are they so creepy looking? Someone's actually here. Ice Ease Pizza. What? Pizza? Oh, pizza. Your #1 spot for a piping hot piece of pizza. Hey, wait a second. I recognize you. I know your face. Oh, that's Burger Pants, right? I was like, yeah, Burger Pants is not here. I might see him in the next chapter, but no, he's here. Okay. Little buddy, it's me. Wanna chat for a minute before I lose my mind? Sure. Ezreal, do you know when Azzy's coming home? You can't tell in this, but I really miss the guy. It'd be sweet to cruise around town like old times. Picking up, for example, chicks. Which, as a matter of course, may not have ever actually happened. But one guy one time made eye contact with me. Wish he was writing me a speeding ticket. Nice Burger Pants, nice. Wait, if you're Burger Pants, then why are you working at a pizza place? My favorite pizza place. Oh yes, little buddy, good idea. Meet the Rogues Gallery. Blue ears, soft serve obsessed, no conflict with personal space. Keeps accidentally pouring slushies on me and giggling. The warrior, thankfully absent due to pizza-related injuries. Constantly terrorizing customers with war chants. Purple guy. Purple guy. Woo. Purple guy. Man, that guy, you gotta... Actually, does that guy even work here? Used to work here until the incidents, you know? Incident, you know what I mean. My coworkers, where could I be without them? I haven't placed, little buddy, a much happier place. I don't want to be mean, but I gotta do it all. Make no mistake, little buddy. Icy's Pizza is... This place is a friggin' hellscape. I can't slack off for seconds without hearing, be a team player, there's no I in pizza. Well, there is. Yes, there is. You just took it out, yeah. It's okay, little buddy. I've been saving up. Go to Coleg, where Azzy is. Then I'll get a theater degree, become a famous actor. I'll let the fangirls roll in, little buddy. I don't want to be mean, but I gotta do it all. No. It's fine, little buddy. You don't have to watch me suffer. Just enjoy your freedom while it lasts. Kind of relate to you. In a way. Picked up that sigh, right? Picked up my sigh. My audible sigh. Okay, let's go. Are you just gonna keep it off, Burger Pants? Gonna keep the head off? Would you be interested in trying some of our many 24 pizza flavors? We've got normal, cheese. Wait, what's the difference between normal and cheese? Ice, gravy, double ice, pepperonis, and more. Stop on down to Icy's Pizza. Icy's, it doesn't make you think pizza, it makes you think like an icy or slushy or something. Is that it? Mascot secret. I only started working here because the logo made me think it was an ice cream shop. Yeah, or like an icy slushy like Ralph's or something. Ice cream shop. But I ended up really loving my job and my coworkers. Aw, hee hee. Same thing. Okay. 5 nights at Icy's. Ice me up, boss. That sounds questionable. Right. You're at Icy's Pizza, your family. But I don't like my family. Oh, your family's going to love it. I gotta check the grammar of that sentence. You're at Icy's Pizza, your family. You see, that's the contraction, not the possessive. Your family, but then it changes it, it twists it. Family's gonna love it. But if it was possessive, it should just be you or why? Oh, you are. What do I see what to do? Back in the kitchen, Ma. Icy's Pizza, your #1 spot for a piping hot piece of pizza. Favorite pizza place. The entrance. Oh, no one's inside. I can't go in until the next chapter. Okay. All the employees are outside? Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I guess I went in here in chapter 2. Okay. We'll go in there chapter 2. Right. QC's Diner. Right, I remember the diner. Okay, this place is locked. Hello, goth lady. Go like clockwise. You're alive. Nice. Wait, is this a classmate? I'm working. That's it? This uniform's mandatory. Fine. What are you guys? Hippos? Green hippos? Gators? What? Picked special, and do you have any edible glitter? The youngest one won't eat anything if it doesn't look like treasure. Oh, I got confused. This is one table. Okay, I was like, these aren't different booths. It's one table. Okay. Pinch sprinkles will work too, but they don't glitter. Most sprinkles don't glitter, right? Okay, I don't. Okay, sure. Pinch. I'm not talking to you, sir. I'm not talking to you. What point? What's the threshold? No, not there. Yeah, that's the threshold, I guess. Rave reviews and autographs from various normal townspeople. Normal townspeople? Why say normal? This is a normal radio station playing human music. Saw that on like, see that clip on YouTube? Sure. Hello. Wait. Is she the one who ran the store? Did she run the store in Snowden? Right? Is that the same person? Hey there, haven't seen you in a while, hon. I remember back on Sundays after service. Right? What is their religion? What is their religion about? Back on Sundays after service, you and your family would come in and order the special. Of course, things happened. Things changed. Sorry. Y'all stopped coming together. Aww. But every Sunday, you and your brother would still come in. Ordered you a hot chocolate. Oh, so you two'd sit down at that table in the corner. Aww, drawing shapes in the window with your breath. Aww. You must really miss him, huh? Here, how about this? Hot chocolate, nice. Hot, oh, we got it. On the house, hon. So the incident happened when Azrael was still here. before he left for college. Before, you know, before he left for college and to pursue his music career, and he left his cousin, right? His cousin to look after us and solve mysteries and look at clues, right? So he had to go to quote-unquote college. You know what I mean. You know. Okay. Anything else? Don't be a stranger now, alright, hon? Oh. And then he'll come back and he'll be like, you know, remember that time I went to college? You know, I never stopped loving you guys. I never stopped thinking about you. You know, I'll always be your Steve Azrael. Yeah. Oh, the sky. I didn't even notice this guy. Like, I didn't realize that this whole thing was a hat, right? That's a hat. Okay, looking at my rugged body, you must wonder what kind of secrets I hold. I would not describe it as rugged. That's not the word I would use. My secret is I put all my leftover pancakes in this giant hat. Oh, Undertale humor. Sure love pancake. Oh, because they're having only one. Saving the rest for later? Isn't this the... It's not like ice and drink. It's like ice. It should be drink. How does that work? How do you make ice a drink without it being in the ice in the drink? Okay. Also, like ice-themed mascots. Wait, is this the one who's like my blood boils, or is that a different character? You know, creating the confusion of like, did they have blood or not? So for you two girls, that'd be the crepes, a cinnamon latte, 2 bunny parfaits, and a piece of firewood. Yeah, I could see that. How do you like the firewood done? Side up, no, side down. Side up is drier. So, like the vibe of the waitresses here. Maybe I should sign up too. Nah, serving drinks wouldn't really suit a fire elemental. Well, you never know. You could meet a nice water elemental, and you could change your chemistry and perform somewhat well at the box office. Sorry, serving drinks wouldn't really suit a fire elemental. If I get nervous, I just melt all the ice. You mean it starts to melt in your clutch because they're too much? What is that? I just served coffee. That sounds like a lawsuit wouldn't happen. Okay, let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be clear, guys. Her coffee was actually too hot, okay? It was actually too hot. She didn't just exaggerate for money. It was too hot. But then, of course, it was spun as, oh, she's just exaggerating. But no, it was too hot. It was like really, she was like horribly burned, I think. Badly burned, so. It wasn't a frivolous lawsuit, guys. Something lawsuit wouldn't happen. Anything else? Oh, okay. I know that they're like not just repeating themselves in universe whenever I like go back to them and talk. Imagine if they did, if like they literally just said the same thing over and over again. And kept being like, why do you keep coming back to me? I just keep saying the same thing. That's everything, right? Is there anything else here? Oh, okay. Side up, side down. What is it? No, it's bark. Bark up, bark down. Anyways, let's go. Let's go. I wonder why my headphones were acting up before, why it was so quiet. What is the deal with Grillbees? Like I said before, right? Sands. But it's Grillbees, right? I don't know. I'm not sure what the deal is. Like people theorize that Sans from Undertale is like from the world of Deltarune. Did he go from the world of Deltarune to the world of Undertale and somehow come back and take this whole restaurant with him? But it's not a restaurant for him, right? He used it for something else, right? I don't want to get caught up in another conversation. That I already did. Okay. My Undyne. Undyne the Undyne. Police. That's where the tape is, right? What did it just say? Yeah. Police tape is blocking the way. The tape simply reads, nah. It's funny. Is this locked? Oh! Knock on the door, police station. Someone's coming up to the window. Ah, okay. Well, Undyne's out here, out there, so... who's in there? Maybe the police aren't really feeling it right now. You can go in like, in chapter 2, right? Okay. Imagine a police station that's this small. How many police stations police officers could you have in there? Like a Mayberry police station. No, even the sheriff's office in Anne Griffin Show seems bigger than this, right? Hospital. Can we go in the hospital yet, or is that chapter 2? Yes. Right. Okay. I remember these. You remember being a kid, and well, some of you could still be kids, I guess. And playing with this at the doctor's office, distracting you, keeping your easily distractible minds busy while you're waiting or something, you know. It's one of those sliding bead toys that naturally spawns inside doctor's offices, yes. Like, who makes them? Beads march grimly along their set path. Toby. When was the last time I played with these things? Couch. The couch can't acknowledge the couch. It's an obligatory hospital piano shrunk to fit in the corner. It's missing most of the good keys. Play it? Sure. Oh! Oh! Plink. Some piano, shrunk to fit in the corner. Some good keys, play it. No. What if I say no? Your hands linger over the keys doing nothing. Oh! How anime. Okay. Over here. No. Can I get in there? Probably can get in there. No. You usually play the piano a bit more beautifully. Aww. Because, the soul is gone, it's a different soul controlling him, or because he's just, you know, depressed or something. Is everything okay? You do seem a little sick. Right? Is Chris dead? I mentioned that, right? The Chris is dead theory? I didn't make that up, right? The idea that, like, he died, and then, like, there's a different soul in him now, but, like, his body's rebelling. You know, right? I don't know. Right? People are saying that he's different, right? And they said that I look sick. Oh. Interesting. What are you building, Toby? What's the lore here? What's the arc? Okay. Can it stop me, or can I go in? I can go in. Okay. Diagram showing a bunch of lines in a circle. That's it? Shouldn't there be like a map or something, or I don't know. There we go. My dad, I can't just say that to her. Ha, I know what they're talking about. Oh gosh. Aww. Noelle. Well, sweetheart, first time I laid eyes on your mother, I walked right up to her and told her she was a hot piece of work. Really? Oh, so supportive. Yeah, she slapped me so hard I blacked out. Haha, Dad, that doesn't help at all. Anyhow, how's Dragon Blazers 3? Oh, game? Beat it yet? Still at the Ice Palace. I've been kind of waiting to finish it with you, Jen. Aww. Noelle, how long has he been in the hospital? How long has it been since the incident? Well, maybe you shouldn't wait. Oh. You should bring it here. Oh, okay. Bored. Oh, fine, you win. I'll bring it next time. It's getting late. Guess I better go. Got homework. I thought maybe he was saying, like, you shouldn't wait because you won't be able to play it with me. Got homework. Oh, that's the group project voice. Group project voice? Bird guy again? What's his name? Birdley? Birdley, yeah. It's Birdley, actually. He's not that bad, Dad. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're not even supposed to get up. Bring him by the window, I'll throw something at him. Goodbye, Dad. Aww. Bye, honey. Oh, hi, Chris. turned to the audience. Oh, so you just use the same? No. You're to get every dialogue branch thing. Come on, Chris, be a little friendlier. No. What is this? What's this over here? An angel doll. Its lack of facial features is unsettling. The boy, his stick in his hoop. The girl, her faceless doll. Some commercial years ago. That angel. Noel and Des made it in youth group. Kind of like a good luck charm to me now. Oh right, even as he tried to make one too. You wasted the whole time making huge wings for it. Does your religion allow good luck charms? Because some might say, do not rest on the power of items, of objects, to give you fortune. No. It's pagan, Well. Patient name Rudolph Rudy Holiday. Hey Chris, you forgot my name or something? Yes, your own wall plaque? Amazing what's being done with the taxpayer dollars, huh? Is hospital's taxpayer funded? What are you saying? You're saying that there's, a healthcare system that differs from the dominant one in the country in which I reside? Are you saying that they have, I can't even say it, it's too unthinkable. I'm joking. It's a chair. Not much to it. Where's this, flowers? A bunch of roses in a glass container. Hey, I'm happy your dad... Your dad? Roses? What is this, man? Beauty and the Beast? Right, Beauty and the Beast exists in this world, which is interesting. Because is it a human movie? Like, did humans make it? In which case, isn't it sort of weird to have the hideous beast look so much like a monster? Look so much like Asgard's type, like a boss monster? That ain't gonna work, man. We're both beasts, right? Right. I love your dad, but Asgard, if you want to go to prom with me, just ask. But don't some people theorize that there's like, that the bromance is really a romance, if you know what I mean? If you're picking up what I'm putting down, maybe that contributed to the divorce. I don't know. Like, is it the subtext? Is that subtext they're supposed to be picking up? Well, jingle my gosh darn bells. Look, what's the thing I was trying to say before? Kick me in the face and call me Paul. Well, jingle my gosh darn bells. Looks like Christmas came early. Right, they have Christmas. They have Christmas. Alright, Chris, just give me the straight shot. Why are you here? Did your mom make you come here? No. Really? You've grown up a lot, Chris. I'm proud of you. Wasn't too long ago, you were just a creepy kid next door. Thanks. You're the creepy kid right in front of me. Okay, seriously. You want to chat or something? Sure. Talk about Noelle. She's sweet, alright, isn't she, Chris? Smart, kind, sweet, couldn't ask for a better daughter. Just wish she wasn't so defenseless. Scary movies, bugs, Santa Claus, everything scares her. Santa Claus? I understand Krampus, but Santa Claus? When it happens, she freezes like a deer in headlights. Lore? Remember you used to even be afraid of humans under the bed? It's not nice to hide under there, by the way. Aww! Anyhow, that's what's tough about being in here, Chris. Now, what's going on with me is that, in the meantime, I can't be there to protect her. Keep an eye out for her, okay? Chat or something. Okay, illness. So why am I in here? Probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Well, they found some... Oh. Okay. It's no big deal. Nothing a holiday can't handle. We got in here in a jiff that I can go back to. I don't know. Young and before getting tangled in our life is flat. Or maybe he hasn't been in the hospital since the incident? The accident? I don't know. I don't want to be mean, but I gotta give reaction. Apart, we still love you. Aww. After all, me and Asgore were college pals, right? Well, no. Hey, now that Asgore is off to college... Right, him and Asgore were college pals. You think he's doing any... Don't ask me that. Don't make me consider that. That was no party animal. Your mother. They're always supposed to get going. Once the party started. Yikes, man. Hit me clear across the room with a key lime pie. Lovely. Got smashed into the snack table and toppled everything. Tasty pie, though. Couldn't complain. Don't want to offend you, but I gotta do it. It's nothing. I can just visit? Can I just be here to visit my friend's dad? My dad's friend? You thought that this was the zoo or something? Come on. So in this world, like, assuming that there are, like, humans out there, do they have zoos? Like, they have zoos where they look at animals in habitats. But then there are, like, people. There are, like, other people who, like, look like animals. Right? And what's the lore of this world? What happens? What's going on? What's the universe story? What's the deep and rich history of Tem? You know? Can I have deep, rich history? Deep, rich history? You did everything, right? Right? The zoo, right? How does that work? What's the lore of that? And I'm just thinking about, like, worlds like Disney, where, like, you have the animal people, but then you have actual animals. And, like, say, like, a monkey person going to look at monkeys in the zoo, or, like, a crocodile person looking at crocodiles in the zoo. What's the lore there? What happened? You know? Was some sort of, like, mass mutation event that turned some animals, like, into, like, corporate mascots? Right, let's go. I can't inspect the note, can I? Or did it mention the note? Alright, let's go. What's in here? Right. It's a regular sink. There's also a regular sink. It's a clone of the other sink. Perhaps there was originally one tall sink that was cut in half to create both of them. It's not really how it works. Okay. Looked inside the cupboard. Very small obligatory... Nice one. A very small obligatory piano is hiding inside. A scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the pain? Using Icy as a model. 0 pain, he's happy. At 10 pain, he's happy. Okay, he's not showing it? He's not showing how he feels? Okay. Buddy. These castle's white wizards relegated me to this healing chamber. But my blood is... Right, blood! Is it... And is he in the, Is he in, like, a gym or something, or... No, maybe not a gym, but somewhere. Talking about... Is he in the diner maybe later? Talking about blood. Is blood boiling? Blood is boiling for battle. You shouldn't have blood. Right? Right. Right. This castle's white wizards... Oh, it's the same thing again, okay. Blood is boiling for battle. What's this guy's name? I don't remember this guy's name. If I ever knew it at all. Okay, let's go. Wait, is there any significance to him? Is there a greater lore or story significance to this guy? This person? Let's go. Alright, let's go. Anything else? Oh, no, no. Oh, wait, no, it's different. I think it's nice when she starts singing. Ask her to leave. Missed whatever that was in that one panel thing, but I guess I can see it in the video. I think it's nice when she starts singing. Ask her to leave. Alright, let's go. Any different dialogue options. Report. No. You little punk. Get a lead on any purple girls. Several counts of compliments, Jeff. And chalk eating, perhaps? Is she a one-eyed, one-horned, flying purple people eater? Just run away. But you're not, you're just staying there. What is the deal? Like, why do you look like that? Oh, this is Undyne's car, right? Oh, no, it's someone in the car, okay. Just doing a standing in the middle of the street, yelling, get out of my way. She's the best, huh? Feel really directed. Got everything right. Okay, there's Town Hall. So it's over here, right? There's Town Hall. Cemetery, this guy. I think I'll do Town Hall first, and then I'll do this area. But this is just the place, right? Does the music go away when I do this? Yes, it does! Oh, creepy, creepy. Town Hall. That's politics. Hey, short stuff. Why would you possibly need to talk to the mayor? Hey, buddy. Your allowance too low? Ate too much candies? Lost your frisbee in the wash? Ate too much candies. Reminds me of the candy uncle. For those who know. Hey, short stuff. That's what the... Okay. What is your deal, sir? I'll talk to you like you're a kid? Fine. You need someone to change... So talk to me like I'm a baby? Imagine if it kept going. Don't talk to me like you're a baby? Well then... Tell me when you get born. Good chair. Maybe it's into politics. The mayor's charisma is about 0. No, it's negative. Photon reading's negative. But she works hard and has a good track record, so she runs unopposed. That's politics. Rarely. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. When does she act icy? She always keeps her officers AC on full blast. That chill I feel is... That's what politics feels like. I had a class in college where the professor had the AC on. It was cold. No, it was Jared. Oh, okay. It's just what politics feels like. Tree. Is it obligatory? Painting of the town. That's it? Okay. No, nothing? I'm sorry. The mayor is busy right now. You need to see her. Please try causing some terrible crisis. That's great. No? Trying to check things. Check. I'm sorry. Are you here to complain about your teacher? Why? Oh, okay. Other people complaining about her? Don't like her. Please blame your mother for getting her hired. For Beck. Come on, let me throw. Come on, let me throw. I can't get through. Alright, let's go. That's it, right? Okay, it's the same thing again, okay. Let's go. That's politics. Chris, what a pleasant surprise to see you here, and on a school day. There must be a reason that you came here at such a time. I, Father Alvin. Implore you, if you have anything weighing on your mind, please speak. Fruit juice? You read the communion? Wine or grape juice? So are they Christian, or do they have their own religion? choir sounds a bit thinner since your brother went away. Aw. You bring us down a whole octave. In a good way. Chris, it would be wonderful if you would sing with us. Or even participated to any extent. Instead of just trying to drink the fruit juice. Right? Is it fruit juice? Is it wine? Because in Catholicism it's wine, right? But Protestant churches it's juice. Blah 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 blah. Ah, the Great Papyrus. Nothing. But the angel's power, right? So it's an angel thing. So it's not quite Christianity. The angel's power light your way. Right, so do they have like a god, or is the angel their god, or is the angel like, I don't know. Reminds me of there was a religion in the Middle East called Yazidism, the Yazidis, I think, where they have the what's called the peacock angel. Yes, the peacock the peacock angel, and yeah. Angel, but I'm not sure if they worship that angel or if that's just like they admire that angel. I did everything right. Good day. Nothing. Okay, so it's just cemetery, right? And then I can go home and finish the chapter, right? It's a bench. There's not much to it. Gerson Boom Memorial Bench. Hey, the fact that people get benches, you know, you've seen that, right? Where people like have benches in like parks and stuff. Like, you do something great, you get a bench. Throughout my career, some of my best ideas came from dreams. Toby, take a rest here if anyone asks you're writing. You're writing. Nice. Hey, I'm working. Alright. Gerson, renowned historian, author, and teacher. Isn't he he's the shopkeeper in Waterfall, right? And it was like implied that he had like been around since the Human Monster War, right? I think. I remember there's a video I watched where there was a theory that Gerson was like injected with determination, that he was like part of the I think that part of that theory was that Gaster also did determination experiments, and some of the journal entries, the lab entries, are him, and that the person theorized that Gerson might have been one of the people he injected the determination into. Maybe they also said that the dogs, the old guard dogs. I don't know. Gerson. Greetings, weary traveler. Crystal, a snowy gemstone for a proud mother. Aww. Who's that? Who is that? Sorry, hit the mic by accident. Proud mother. Mutler, a big bone for the leader of the pack. Who's that? Shira, a karaoke microphone for a brave singer. Aww. Shira. Wait, Shira, was that the one in Undertale who was like would hide her face, right? Or something? Maybe? The shy one? I don't know. I think that's everything. Right? Nothing here, right? Okay. I believe that that's everything. And let's go home. Let's check around one more time. Nothing here. Can't go back here, can I? Okay. Father Alvin, what's your deal? It's just school, right? Look how fast I walk. I run. It's like a fast walk, yeah. There's a police tape there. What happened? Let's go. Right, can't go in the pizza place. We go in the diner. I went in the diner. Ruby's can't go inside. Ruby's. I'm gonna talk to Sans one last time. Alphys is up there. Oh, can't see him. Can't see Chris. Let's go. That's Sans. Want to talk to Sans? What's up? Behind me? Yeah, that's the grocery store. Oh, this is the grocery store? I remember the grocery store, I think. Okay, and I really wanted to buy some milk. It's your store! Someone ought to complain to the guy who runs it. Him. Just moved here. Just moved here. You showed up and asserted yourselves? Why, God, anyone I should know better? Yeah, I know about her. In the store with the suitcase and... Right. Go to the place. On the floor. I guess I just let her do her thing. What does that mean? What is purely business? Usually that means it's not purely business, right? I guess maybe for you it's been... For me, it's been like a day since I talked to him, so... I've got places to be. Yes, you will. Standing there doing nothing. Smiling with that mouth that never moves. I've actually been thinking recently about, like... For a while, about the idea of, like... Could he be like someone else in disguise? Because, like, why doesn't the mouth move, you know? Like, is that a mask? But then again, he's a skeleton. Assuming that he's a skeleton, does he even need to move his mouth to talk? Like Papyrus. Does Papyrus move his mouth to talk? I mean, he moves his mouth, definitely. And, like, laughs and stuff. But would he be able to make the same sounds without moving his jaw? And does Papyrus have a tongue? Like, I don't remember if he has a tongue or not. I have to look that up. But do they have, like, squishy stuff inside, or are they all skeleton? I don't know. There's a theory that Sans is a darkener. There's the idea, could he... There's that idea, could he be a human? But it seems to be just proven by stuff in Undertale. Like the way that he was absorbed by Flowey and... Yeah. I was thinking about this earlier. And I'm gonna say it. I'm going to. What was the big deal about Sans' nest? Why were people so opposed to that theory? Like, I wouldn't watch it when it came out, and I hadn't played Undertale when it came out. But later, I played Undertale, I watched it. I might have watched it after I played Undertale? I'm not sure. And I was like, well, I haven't played Earthbound, but I was like, what is the big deal? This theory seems fine. Like, there's... Okay, I see the linkages, I see why you might make that theory. But, like, people were so opposed to it, and it became the one big infamous MatPat theory that was like, oh, that was dumb. But, like, just watching it, I was like, oh, I think it makes a certain amount of sense. You know? A certain amount of sense. I mean, maybe it made more sense back then than now, like, because he was theorizing that Sans is now he's from the Earthbound world. But nowadays, people are theorizing that the Sans in Undertale is the Sans is the Sans from Deltarune. But I don't think... I feel like he was kind of treated unfairly in that regard. Right? Like, it seemed fine to me. I'm not saying that it's my headcanon, but it just seemed like a fine theory. Nothing particularly to be opposed to. And maybe some people found MatPat giving the Pope Undertale as a present cringy, you know? But I think that he did it for a good reason, because of what Undertale represents. It's a game where you can do all of it. Well, pretty much all of it. Almost all of it, except for the fight with Asgore and the fight with with Flowey slash Azrael without fighting. You don't have to kill anyone. You can do the entire game without your character killing anyone. It's all about like peace and, you know. I don't know. I think he explained why he did it, but some people I think maybe had a problem with it or something. I think because of those reasons, was there tension between him and the Undertale community? Like he was I think he was like maybe scared to. He was worried about touching it again, about doing more stuff on the Undertale Deltarune property, because I imagine because he was worried about how the fandom might react, right? I think maybe. I don't know. But hey, it's just a theory, a game theory. Right? Just wanted to say that. It was that bad of a theory. Well, then again, people can enlighten me on what was so wrong about it. I don't know. When there was the picture, right? The picture in Sansa's lab or whatever it was in the house. He thought that maybe it was a picture of the kids from Earthbound, right? But now people think that it might be a picture of people from Deltarune, like maybe Chris and Susie, and maybe Noelle, or yeah, I don't know. There's a whole bleeding question because it looks like he bleeds in the genocide route of Undertale, but monsters shouldn't bleed. There's one theory I watched. I watched the video where someone was theorizing about what's up with the blood. Of course, there's the ketchup theory. There's the determination theory, which neither them nor I buy. There's the idea of ketchup. I think they had this idea that it was fake blood, maybe it was ketchup or whatever, but he like purposely put it like in his coat or in his outfit to like try to make us feel some like remorse or guilt over what we're doing. So maybe it was like fake blood, but like it was put there for a reason. I don't know. Because I would like want to say, oh, he's a human in disguise or something, but the fact that the fact that he uses magic, of course that there's some complication about that. The fact that he uses magic, the sound that you hear, you don't see him die in the genocide route, but you hear that sound that all the monsters make when they die. Is it a different sound from when Frisk dies? I'm not sure. I don't remember. But yes, and then the fact that he's like absorbed by Flowey, and he's like referred to as a lost soul, and if he was a human, then Flowey would have 7 souls, but he doesn't. You know, he's able to destroy the barrier because he has 6 human souls and almost every monster soul. Right? We know that Napstablook didn't get absorbed, right? For some reason. I don't know. I was thinking today, I had this idea. I think it's dumb. I think it's probably kind of dumb, but of course there's the idea that Sansa's a Darkner, right? People have talked about that. The idea that he's a Darkner. I don't actually buy this. This is not what I believe. This is not my headcanon. At least not necessarily. It's not my headcanon. Could he... It's dumb. I know it's dumb, but could he, like, be Ralsei? Like, we know that Ralsei can move between dark worlds, you know, and well, no, I guess that makes sense because the different dark worlds are linked, but we know that the people from the different dark worlds are like linked with some object in the light world, right? Like Lancer, what is Lancer, a card or something? You know, different people are different things. Like I'm sure that the sea round or whatever is linked with the checkers piece. We don't know what Ralsei's linked with, right? We don't know what his Lightner counterpart object is, right? So what if it was a twist that no one saw coming? Where it's like, oh, this is... When he comes here, turns into this guy. Again, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I just think it would be a crazy twist. Because if he is a Darkener, if Sans is a Darkener, then either he's a Darkener that we've never seen before, we've never met them before in Darkener form, or he's a Darkener that we have seen before, but we've never encountered them in the light world in any other form, right? Like he's not Lancer, even though he has like a similar color scheme to Lancer and his dad, but he's not Lancer because Lancer in the light world is a card, right? I don't know. I just think it's an interesting idea, and if it happens, which I find unlikely, I believe it to be unlikely, that would be the twist that Rosie is Sans. But I think it would be a crazy twist. People will go nuts. And in that hypothetical scenario, I could be like, I called it. I called it. But no, I don't actually believe that it's true. I just like to theorize, you know? I like to theorize about this stuff. And, like, who could Sans be if he's not simply this skeleton guy? You know, is this a mask? Like, do the teeth not move because it's a mask and he's talking behind the mask? Or does he just not need to move it because he's a skeleton? And skeletons don't actually need to move their jaws to speak. But it's interesting, like, Sans and Papyrus are skeletons, right? We believe that they're skeletons, we see them as skeletons, but they blink, right? Like, they move their eyes, he winks at least. Papyrus, will do the little, eyebrow thing, right? Doesn't he do that? Like, how does that work? Like, they can't be fully solid bone, right? Like a Night at the Museum type thing, where they are, actually, bone, but, they also can, be animated in a way that doesn't really make sense for the material that they're made out of, or supposed to be made out of. How does Teddy Roosevelt move and walk around and talk if he's made of wax, you know? How does the Easter Island statue talk if they're stone, you know? It's magic or whatever, but so is it something similar here? Well, now that I think about it, if they are skeletons and they are monsters, if they're monster skeletons, monsters in the form of skeletons, then I guess they're not really made of bone, right? They're made of dust and magic, right? So I guess they can move around and stuff. It'd just be interesting to poke them. To poke Sans or Papyrus and see what they feel like. Are they squishy? Are they solid? You know? Are the parts around their eyes, are their eyelids squishy, but everything else is solid? And again, I don't remember. Does Papyrus have a tongue? When he opens his mouth, do you see a tongue? I don't know. We see the rest of his body, right? Doesn't he have a skeleton torso? So, I don't know. I was watching a video about Coco recently. This guy, what's his name? Toon? His channel's called Toon, I think, and he was talking about Coco and the twist of... Well, I'm not going to spoil the twist if you haven't seen it. But then I think about it, do they have tongues? Do the skeleton spirits in Coco have tongues? They don't have eyelashes, right? Right? Do they? I mean, it's good that they have eyes. I feel like that was a good decision to be okay, we're gonna give them eyes, so we're not just looking into eye sockets the whole time. Do they have tongues? I don't remember. I feel like they probably don't have eyelids, although I feel like that would help with emoting, right? Like the way he blinks and stuff. But that I feel like might be too big of a stretch. I'm guessing they don't have eyelids. I just don't quite remember. Do they have tongues? I'm not sure if they have tongues. But yeah, what is he? It's implied that he's from another world. That he and Papyrus came from another world, right? Probably the two of them. They just showed up and asserted themselves. The whole line in the genocide route about, can't go back where it came from, and going to the surface isn't really an option either, which means that he's from somewhere else. It's not the underground and isn't the surface. That's another universe. I just have this image in my mind of him taking off the mask and being someone else. I've even thought about the idea of is he Kara somehow? But again, if he's Kara, then he has to be some soulless version, right? because he doesn't seem to have a human soul when Flowey absorbs everyone. You know? I don't know. Just been thinking. Again, that's not actually I'm not predicting that he's Rolsey. I'm just saying that if by some insane chance he is Rolsey, which I don't believe, I can say, I called it. Okay, don't buy it. It would be a crazy twist, right? It would be a crazy twist. Of course, there are theories that they're related to Gaster, right? Even theories that somehow he's Gaster or Papyrus is Gaster, I read, or somehow they both split. They're Gaster split into two people, you know? And we don't know that Gaster's a skeleton, right? But a lot of people sort of just assume that he is, or theorize that he is. Yeah, it's a fun franchise to theorize about, right? Kind of like it's kind of like how people love to theorize about FNAF, right? About Five Nights at Freddy's. I guess it's different in that, I don't know. I would argue that, or guess that it seems like the story has. No, I think a lot of people might agree with this. That the story has changed over time. There was a story for the first game, the second game, and the story expanded. But then over time, as people theorized and as new installments came out, they changed things, right? Right. I feel like maybe that's not as much the case with Undertale and Deltarune. Really it's Toby's vision and being done, you know. I don't think that. Yeah, I think that everything does fit together in some way, or in some meta way. I don't know. I was watching an interesting. Sorry, going for another tangent. I was watching an interesting video. I think it came out pretty recently, as of the time that I'm recording this. Someone did a video on FNAF and talking about just taking the first game, looking at the first game in isolation. What's the story? Without anything from the sequels or the books or anything, what can you piece together about the story? And it was actually a pretty cool theory. It really wasn't that different in broad strokes from the story that we got. Of course, it lacked the details that we got. But one aspect, or a certain aspect of it, he was able to tie together in an interesting way. This aspect and this aspect and this aspect that are explained in different ways in later on in the franchise, or been theorized in different ways. He was talking about how looking at the first game in isolation, in a vacuum, there's actually an elegant way to tie it all together. Having to do with the missing children's incident, the bite of 87. You should watch it if you can find it. Well, if you want to. It's pretty interesting. Just what's the kind of story could you piece together? And anyways, like I was saying, yes, I think that certain things have changed, of course, over the course of development in these games. It seems like at some point, Frisk was, or whatever human you played as, was supposed to be able to use magic, right? That's there somewhere in the game files. But then it was made so, humans can't use magic, hence that entry in that one book in the library. Of course, that leaves the problem of how did the mages in the war create the barrier if humans can't use magic? I have this theory that, humans can't use magic. Monsters can. What if seven humans forced 7 ghosts to possess them, right? And in the world of Undertale, when souls are absorbed or things like that, or multiple beings in one body, the control is split, right? At least that was the case with Azrael and Kara. So what if they were they forced 7 ghosts to possess them? I don't know if they made them bind to them, the grumpy ghost was trying to do. But they made them possess them, and then use their magic because they were inside their bodies to then create the barrier. I don't know. I feel like it kind of works. Well, because you have if they had ghosts possess them, forced ghosts to possess them somehow, then they would have access to magic because of the ghosts, but then they would have the power of human souls, which you know that a human soul is equivalent in power to almost every other monster soul. So maybe that's how they made the bear. I don't know. It's like the Bibu thing, and that's the answer. I don't know. That's one thing I've theorized about. So, anyways, so like things have changed in the development, but I don't think that it's the same as like Five Nights at Freddy's, where like a new installment will come out and it's like, oh, okay, they saw how people were theorizing and then they decided to change the story, like retroactively, you know? It's like the mimic and stuff, and now it's like, were there ever ghosts to begin with? Because I haven't played Secret of the Mimic, but I watched Tom, Game Theory Tom, talking about it, and he seemed to be like of the idea that like, oh yeah, we're supposed to think that who knows if going forward, if the ghost stuff ever actually happened, or if that was just aspects put into the games that exist in universe or something. I don't know. Of course, you can kind of think of them as two separate universes, like the original, like FNAF 1's Ultimate Custom Night, and then like the everything else afterward that incorporates those other previous games as games that don't necessarily reflect the canon of that universe. You know, I hope I didn't spoil anything for you guys. I've thought, should I play FNAF? Not really sure that would be a suitable game for me, because I feel like it might just be too nerve-wracking. You know, watching the cameras, watching the animatronics, watching the doors. I don't know, it might be more stress than fun for me. I don't know. Anyways, theorizing is fun. And I hope that, assuming that this channel took off and people like my videos, hopefully Sans' Azrael's has become the new Sans' Ness. Like, it doesn't become my equivalent of Sans' Ness. Because it's just an idea I had, like, literally, like, earlier today, I think? I was thinking about it. I don't know. But who are you? You have secrets. What are your secrets? There's a theory, another video I watched, where someone was like, it's called, I think it's called How to Kill a Time Traveler or something, where someone was theorizing about, without even really, like, using, like, character names or using the word Undertale or anything. He was talking about, like, the situation that, Sans and Papyrus found themselves in, assuming that they were from another world, and somehow they went in this strange machine that sent them to another world, and, like, they know that time is being rewound and timelines are jumping back and forth, and they know that there's some sort of anomaly, and, like, how would they strategize how to defeat that being that's causing the time stuff. It's pretty interesting. It's like, oh, I see how you're, like, sort of using logic to, like, sort of explain their actions in Undertale and how they behave. It's like, oh, okay, so it's their strategy to deal with whatever's messing with time. That's another video I'd recommend. Not sure if he's done another video since then. Let me check. But yeah, these are cool games. Like I said, I like these games. Like the world building, like the lore, like the characters, like the story, like the environments, like the designs, like the puzzles. For the most part. The one in Hotland where you're trying to shoot the thing and you move in the boxes can be kind of difficult. Sometimes I just, like, brute force it and randomly do it. I mean, I played through it like 3 times to try to get the true passive ending. So sometimes I did it, would do a puzzle, and then another time I just brute force it. Just randomly. Eventually succumbed to doing that, resorted to that. Yeah, but anyways, the combat is what I struggle with the most, as you guys can see in the gameplay. I'm not the best at that. I was actually looking up earlier today. I was like, is it easier with a mouse, you know? Like, can you play it with a mouse if you have it on PC? And is there, like, a one-to-one correlation between how you move the mouse and how the soul moves, right? Can you, like, use the soul, treat it like a cursor and just move it and, like, really quickly get out of the way of attacks and stuff, and obstacles, and monsters, you know, and stuff. You dodge away from the chemi legs, you know? But apparently, I read, and I didn't read much about this other than, well, I guess I read a little bit on Reddit, but it's what the Google AI thing said, and then I was reading someone Reddit. Apparently, and other people who play this can back this up. Apparently, you can't use the mouse during combat. Like, you can't move the soul with the mouse. You have to use the direction keys. I mean, maybe there's a way to, like, rig it, you know, mod it where you can, but usually you can't. Officially, you can't. Which I guess, does that make me feel better or worse about the fact that I couldn't beat the credits in Undertale and get to the secret room? It's not because I was on the wrong... It's not because I was on the wrong platform. And, like, you really can't do it on the Switch, but you can do it with PC. I don't know. I just wasn't able to do it. Would it be easier with the directional buttons? I'm not sure. You know, I usually use the joystick when I'm in combat. I don't know. Speaking of combat, I'm thinking I might do the same thing for, like, each chapter, where I go, like, to the point where you're about to fight the secret boss, and then I copy the save, you know, but then keep going, so that later, if I want to, I can go back and fight the secret boss, you know. Either to create a new branch and go to the end, or just to defeat them, show me beating them for the sake of, you know, getting everything, doing everything. Although I read that, like, the devil fight is apparently exceptionally hard. Like, harder than Spamton, maybe harder than the fights in 3 and 4. Which is interesting. Why would you put the hardest one at the beginning? Man, I tried. I tried with Jebel. I just couldn't do it. The fact that... an attack, right? A single attack makes one of your characters lose half their HP, right? Half their health. I feel like something like that may have also been happening when I was fighting the king. What's his name? I can't remember the name of the king of the card Checkers Kingdom. But for some reason that fight wasn't as hard. Well, I guess that makes sense. It's a secret boss after all, but it wasn't as hard as Jebel. So one fight I'm kind of worried about is Cyber King. I did not have a good time with Cyber King. I eventually did it, but I was like, oh, this is hard. You know, I was like, should I really start over? Should I really start with chapter 1? Because I'm gonna have to fight Cyber King again. Hopefully I'll do it, and I can always cut out a bunch of the times I fail, and then show maybe a few times I tried, and then show the time I succeed, you know? Or I could edit it all out, be just first try, like Batman or Lego Movie, but no, probably won't do that. Yeah, so... I guess that this video is about to end. Like, I might still keep recording and go into chapter 2, but... maybe, I don't know. This video is about to end, I guess, and... I'll try to edit it all together, put it into one video, and then release it, and it should be my first Let's Play. Right? Isn't that cool? You'll be a gamer, you know? You'll be a gamer. I don't believe I mentioned this at all, but when I was first testing out the capture card and the and OBS and stuff, I was playing with the game. Well, if I left any of the if we end up leaving any of the Switch menu at the Switch menu in the video, you'll see Celeste, the platformer from a couple years ago. I decided to, like, sort of start replaying that to test out the recording and stuff. And I ended up doing a few levels. I tried to do audio on level 4, I think? Golden Crust or Golden Ridge, whatever it's called. But I'm not sure that if I do the rest of it, if I finish it, replay it, well, I don't think I'd do everything. I'd go to the end of the main story. I'd go up to the epilogue, you know, chapter 7, the epilogue, and then I don't think I might not try 8 and 9, you know, those like extra chapters because of how hard it gets, you know, how insanely hard it gets. But I'm thinking, like, I don't know if I want to, like, if I want to finish it, I don't know if I'm gonna do audio, right? I don't know if I'm gonna do the next few chapters in audio, or if I'm just gonna have it be a no commentary let's play, because that's the thing people do, right? They post some let's plays are like no commentary, maybe for people who are trying to, they just want help with the game, they want to see how it's done. In which case, maybe I should edit out most of the many, many, many times I failed. Many, many, many times my character died in that game. Because that game can be brutal. And it gets harder as it goes. There's a point, when I was first playing it, like about a year and a half ago when I was playing Celeste, level 4, I believe, Golden Ridge, there's a point that just broke me. I gave up, and I enabled assist mode. And I essentially did the rest of the game with assist mode on sometimes. I tried to do the rest of the main story without it, but sometimes I resorted to it. And then all the bonus levels and stuff, I needed assist mode to do. Did everything, but really kind of cheated. Like, times for a bunch of things and bonus levels, I was just like flying. I would try to do it here, I was just like flying. Using the invincible, using boost, the infinite boost to fly. Of course, again, I didn't really do it like the way you're supposed to, I guess. But I wanted to be able just to finish it all, get all the strawberries, see the whole story too. The bonus story stuff, bonus content. This time, I managed to get past the point in the level that broke me. I figured out that there was one thing I was overlooking in that little stage, in that little area. I was like, oh, with this thing, I can do it. It's possible. So you're saying there's a chance. Later, though, I went back in and was like trying out. I was testing the audio, and I was at that same level, Golden Ridge. I was replaying it. Chose that one, I think, because I managed to. Well, no, I didn't manage to get the strawberries the first time around. I think I went back and made sure that I got all the strawberries. But I was like, okay, this one I have all the strawberries now, and so I don't want to get any strawberries that I didn't have before, because I might probably not gonna keep this. Yeah, this is just a test, so I don't want to. I want to go back later and get strawberries that I haven't gotten, and I want that to be recorded. Whatever. So I went into that level, and I got up to that point that broke me the first time around, and I was like, okay, now I know how to do it, and I can do it again. I gave up. Gave up, even knowing it was too hard to replicate. Or to do one more time. I don't know. Still a cool game, cool story, good message, like Undertale. So maybe there will be a no commentary upload, let's play upload of Celeste at some point, maybe. If for some reason I decide that I'm not going to do it, I can always cut this part out, or I talk about it. I won't get disappointed. But I'm 1, 2, 3. I'm four levels in, not counting the epilogue. So I got to do, what's it called? The temple, mirror temple, the turning point or inflection, whatever that one is, and then the summit, and then the epilogue, of course. But yeah, so I want to maybe go back and get the other strawberries, so that I get all the strawberries. Well, not necessarily, no, not all the golden ones, but all the red ones in the main story. And then make the pie good. You know about the pie, right? You play not Deltarune. You played Celeste, you gotta know about the pie. I want the pie to be good. I want them to love the pie. And I'm not sure that the golden strawberries even contribute to the pie, to them liking the pie. Speaking of which, as I've been replaying Celeste, I'm like, where are the golden strawberries? I remember them being a thing. Like, I know that they're a thing, but I don't see them. I don't see them in the levels. Maybe I can look up how to find them. Like, I thought, is it in a replay that they appear? But I was replaying it. I didn't see one above my head. I didn't see one there. So I don't know. Anyways, yeah. Full game, yeah. And I'm going to finish this chapter, and then I'm gonna, you know, maybe start chapter 2, I don't know. Gotta edit this all together, maybe take out a lot of sections where I die, or blab, or go on tangents like this, or make predictions that people think are insane. Well, not predictions, theories that people think are insane. Or say controversial things, you know, like defending Sansa's nest. Not saying that it's true, but defending the legitimacy of it as a theory, at least for its time. Yeah. There's a video, I remember in one of, getting toward MatPat leaving DT Live, I think, he watched a video, like, in a video, he watched a video that someone else made where it was, like, a cartoon of MatPat, like, admitting things he was wrong about, and he was like, Gaster actually has no greater significance to the lore of Undertale. He calls him a load-bearing sprite. He's like, he's a load-bearing sprite. I don't know what that means. I'm not really sure what that means. I don't know if that's a real term or not. I can look it up, though. But then he's like, but I will never give up my firm belief that Sansa's nest. And, of course, the real Matt found that funny, I think. Yeah. As you may be able to tell, I'm not the best at ending things. That's why I'm just sort of blabbing and just sort of walking and sort of being weird, being a little kooky, being a little strange. Meanwhile, he's just looking at me, just glaring at me, just watching. Not moving at all. Just standing there. Imagine for someone, he was like, hey, what are you doing? I've been standing here, you're just walking around. I'm just standing here watching. I don't know. Anything else I want to address? Anything else I want to address? Assuming that this comes out before my next video essay, I have an idea that I'm working on, and I'm not sure when I'll do it. There's concept that I wanted to talk about, and I was like, oh, I have a cool idea that I came up with. Not about Undertale or Deltarune or anything. But like actually getting from the idea to like, okay, this is how I'm gonna approach the talk. This is how I'm gonna discuss it. This is how I'm going to talk about my idea and explain it. You know. We'll see. I know it's been a while since my last video, because of this time of recording. It can be hard, you know. It can be hard to keep up the momentum. You know, you want to keep up the momentum, but sometimes you're not able to keep up the momentum. You know. But I would like to get back into that aspect too, the video essay stuff. So yeah. And of course, again, I don't really expect anyone to be watching this like within, or not many, at least within the next few weeks or months, but at some point, people may be watching this and looking back, you know, oh, this is him toward the beginning. Well, after a lot of procrastination, but still sort of setting up, doing the groundwork of the building the channel, you know. You know. So yeah. I think I've done everything, right? Man, I can blab on for a long time. Have I been like, how long have I been here just talking? 20 minutes, half hour? I don't know. Glad the headphones are working. Not at a very, very, very quiet sound anymore. And I'm not quite sure, like, from what I last checked, it seemed like the audio was mixing well, at least from what I thought, like, my judgment, between the gameplay and the voice. I don't know if things will end up being too loud. I mean, maybe I'll try to make it quieter, have it all be quieter. Or you can just, you know, turn it down when you're watching. You know, I don't want to make it too quiet for you guys. I don't want to make it too quiet because I don't want you to then, like, turn it up because, oh, you want it to be louder, and then get, like, your ears blasted by an ad, right? I don't want that. I don't want the ads to hurt your ears, you know? So I want to hit like a nice balance of it, not being too quiet, not being too loud, you know? So yeah. Not good at ending things like this. Talk about different things. We'll talk about FNAF, talk about Celeste, propose a bizarre theory, game theory, da-da-da. Well, want to keep playing this? Want to get up? Want to finish this chapter? Obviously, replay chapter 2. Following from this save and this storyline. Play chapter 3, which I haven't played before. Play chapter 4, which I haven't played before. And of course, we gotta wait for the new chapters to come out whenever they come out. Those final chapters, 5, 6, and 7. Which I don't know if they'll come out together in one big thing, or maybe two then 1, or 1 then 2, or one, 3 separate releases. But if you don't know, I found out that I was initially confused when I was going to download Undertale on my Switch, and I was like, why does it just say Undertale? Why doesn't it say like, chapters 1 through 4 or something? But I looked up that you're buying the game now. Like the game is being sold now. The future chapters will be free updates. So if you bought the game as it exists now, chapters 1 to 4, then the next chapters will be free. So yeah, he's doing it in an interesting way, where you're spending the money now, they're making the money now, but then later, it's just, you just get the rest for free. Yeah. There was on a forum or something where someone was talking about, they were arguing that like, it should be marketed better, that it's not the full game. Some people who aren't following the franchise as closely might not realize that it's not the full game, and then be upset when they get to the end and it's not the end. The end is never the end, is never the end. Which I understand. Other people were sort of disagreeing. Like, the person was like, maybe it should be marked as early access, but people were arguing, well, it's not really early access. It's sort of like a weird middle ground in a way. It's not exactly episodic in the sense that each chapter is a new purchase. It's not exactly early access either, necessarily, because early access usually means that there might be bugs in the game. It's not really a finished product. Like, it is a finished product. Each level is a finished product when we get it, but we just don't have the whole game yet. So, I think maybe someone on the forum said it's not like he had any ill intentions behind it, Toby. But I do understand that maybe it could be confusing for some people who don't follow it as much. Just to be like, Deltarune, I'll download it, and then be like, oh. So maybe you don't have to mark it as all access, but maybe if it had been marked as like chapters 1 through 4, and then with future updates that would then be removed, and eventually you'd just say Deltarune. On like the icon and select and stuff. I don't know. And they're like, maybe also you should get like a discount if you buy it early. And I don't know. I mean, that doesn't have to be the case. I mean, the rest is free if you buy it now. So, but yeah. So it's cool that even though I don't have the whole game, even though I don't have the full game of Deltarune now, I am sort of now I sort of own it in a way. I have that, I'm entitled to it, not in a bad way, but I'm okay, when the new chapter, the final chapters come out, I can just get them. I don't have to pay anymore. And who knows what will happen. As we know, it was a dream, right? He had it, the ending of Deltarune came to him in a dream, I believe. And then he started developing Deltarune and also Undertale, and they sort of one grew out of the other in a way. He got the idea for Deltarune, and somehow he ended up also developing Undertale, and was also working on ideas for Deltarune at the same time. Well, if anyone is watching at any point in the future, thank you for coming along with me. Oh yeah, I also wanted to say after I finish all the chapters that exist now, I'll get to watch VUUX play. Which I was like, oh, okay, I'm not gonna watch VUUX play the new chapters, even though I want to, because I want to play myself and do a let's play myself. But it should be fun to watch. I'm sure that he made it very fun. You know. Yeah. You guys get to watch it like all the other parents. Gustave would never. Right? That's the thing she's been saying, right? In that other game. That like very French game. Gustave would never. Player obscure, right? Division 33. Oh, people. Why did you guys know? If any of you who are fans of Bibu, you know how she like got the job at Hololive? She created like a mod of Undertale. It was like based on Undertale, where like she was fighting VTubers, or she fought like a sprite of Mori Calliope Mori, whatever order it's supposed to be in, and she got the job. You know, so sometimes with enough determination, you can do things. You can make your dreams come true. And I'd like to do that too. Not necessarily be a part of Hololive or Hall of Stars or anything, but, you know, make content. Be a creator, do stuff, you know? Well, I've been here for so long. But if you're watching, then hopefully you've been entertained, or you can relate some of the things I say, or find things interesting, or you're still just hung up on the insane idea that Sans is Ralsei, and you think that I'm insane to promote it, how to postulate it, to mention it. Yeah. And my headcanon, just a theory. Game theory. Yeah. It's nice music, right? Right? Can you feel my ADD? Can you feel my ADHD PI in this? Can you feel it? How distracted I get? How I get all, ooh, let's talk about this, let's talk about this, let's talk about this. Right? Right. Am I combined? Do I have the hyperactive part? I think maybe it depends on the circumstances. Depending what situation I'm in, maybe I can be hyper. Other times I'm not. I can be very, like, lazy and, like, lie around and stuff, which I need to work on. That. But I don't consider myself, like, hyper all the time. But I definitely have the, inattentive aspect, like a lot of creators do, right? Jacksepticeye, I think, has it. Markiplier has it. Jaden has it. Jaden Animations. Maybe it's like a common thing with like creative types where they get easily distracted. You know, it's like squirrel. You know, you're a very nice man, squirrel. My master made me because he's a smart squirrel. Yeah. Wait a minute, hold on. That's funny. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I saw after I said squirrel one of those times. My dog raised his head in my peripheral vision. Maybe, I don't know. That'd be funny. Squirrel. Wait, he did it again. Squirrel. I don't know if it's because of what I'm saying, or if it's unrelated, or my tone of voice. I don't know. And there's a whole ottoman next to me. There's this ottoman that he uses as a bed in a way, but that doesn't stop him from also using my bed as a bed. And sometimes I have to like warp myself around him, contort my body to be able to sleep with him there. But I love him. This dog is named Matt, but we also call him Matty. From this Jack. Hopefully people who find parts like this boring, where like I go off on tangents and stuff, you know, hopefully they're like, oh, I can just fast forward until he does something I'm interested in, you know? You don't feel like, oh, I have to stop the video now because I'm no longer entertained. It's like, you just fast forward. Just fast forward until something happens, you know? You know, let me be all weird and tangential and talk about whatever, do whatever, Don't really get anything done. You just fast forward. Just go to later, when I actually do something that you find substantive and entertaining. But for those of you who like going bizarre, random tangents, it's just me talking about whatever, regardless of how much it might actually be related to the game I'm making or the content I'm doing, you can stay. Just be a part of the fun, you know. Be part of the fun with all the mallows, you know. It's funny. I believe I came up with the term mallows back when I originally created the channel in 2022. And it's funny how like similar it sounds to the pebbles, you know. In my description it says join the mallows. It's like, oh, join the pebbles. Yeah. They did everything right. They did everything. Right, let's wait for the music to... I want to close with the music. Oh! And then I'll go. When is it gonna start? I'm gonna get the closure. Hold on. Hold on. Is Chris, you know, is Chris dead? I wonder. Why don't you ever see his eyes, right? You can't really see his eyes that well. You can sort of see Frisk's eyes, right? Is it just like, they're just sort of like lines? And then Kara, you can see their eyes clearly. Did I assume Frisk's gender there, right there? I'll have to go back and check. But yeah, here you don't even really see the eyes, like, because he's edgy. He's like edgy Bee-Boo. He's got the hair. Though of course, Bee-Boo doesn't have the same dark aura or subtext as Chris. Like, what is Chris's deal? Why does he rip out his soul at night? Sorry, why do they rip out their soul at night, or their body rip out the soul that's in it? It's in the body. And do crazy stuff. So I know that there's that thing, like was it the beginning of chapter 2 about like the knife thing? Where like he does something with a knife, but then they do something with a knife. But then it seems like it's not as bad. It's like, it's weird. You'll see what I mean. And it's like, did they do something terrible with the knife and then like rewind time and do something much less terrible? Or I don't know. It's like, again, like, how did the saves work? You know? How did the saves work? You know, the menu. The menu. When you do this, right? It's basically the same as Undertale's, right? But then in the Dark World, in the different Dark Worlds, it has that own thing. So it's like, I don't know. Another thing I've been thinking about. All right, so you have the Light World, right? And as far as we know, there's only one Light World, right? But then you have the Dark World, like the main one, where all these Dark Worlds, and then you have all the other ones that form. And from what I've read or heard in videos and stuff, the lore appears to be that you have the Light World, right? And then you have, obviously, the one Dark World and then other Dark Worlds. But beneath all of that is what's called the Depths. The Depths, kind of a scary concept, but like where the darkness comes from. It's sort of like underlying all the other worlds. And that a fountain is formed when like a poke, someone like, there's like a rupture made between the depths and the light worlds, and then that like, or something, and then it like creates a new, somehow the depths, the barrier to the depths is ruptured, and then it creates a new fountain and a new dark world. But like, how many levels are there? You know, is there a level above the light worlds? You know, and like I've theorized about like, you know how Frisk and Chris both are yellow, right? But Kara, when we see Kara at the end of the genocide route, they're more like flesh colored, and more like, you know, well, they're more like Caucasian, you know, and I assume that that Frisk and Chris, like, they're not, it's just a generic yellow, like, anyways, but Kara looks more like, sort of more real in a way, which makes me wonder, is, like, Kara somehow from a higher, like, plane, you know? And in some sense is, like, is the underground, like, sort of like a dark world in some respect. Maybe not necessarily a dark world, maybe like its own, like, light world that then was, I don't know, this theory that, like, Kara somehow created the world of the underground, or the whole world of Undertale at some point, like when they went to the mountain and stuff, and did they create some sort of rupture, and then in that lower level, the world of Undertale consists not only of the underground, but also of like the outside world too, maybe, like a version of the world that Kara came from, but where the monster stuff is part of history, you know. Regardless of, you know, whether or not how much humans know about it or not, but anyways, I'm suggesting that I have this idea that, like, Kara went up to the mountain, Mount Ebit, or some other mountain in their world, and, like, well, you'll see at the end of this chapter what Chris does. I'm saying does something similar, and my remote's dying, and somehow creates the world of Undertale with all the history of, like, the human-monster war, and there being, like, a human world and the monsters in the underground, and then the humans, like Frisk and the Six, right, the Six who came before them, are then from that world, that version of the human world, and that's why they're yellow. But since Kara is from this other world, they're not yellow. Not that these characters are necessarily yellow, but they're being, like, depicted in that way, you know? Kind of like how, you know, when Chris and Susie and the others, like, at least when Chris and Susie, at least when Chris, sorry, I'm trying to think about how the others look when they go into the dark worlds. But Chris's color scheme changes when they go into the dark worlds. So something similar like that. Like, did Kara go from, like, well, I guess in that case then it wouldn't be just the way they're being portrayed and illustrated. It wouldn't just be a design choice. I don't know, but and again, connects to another thing. So, like, when these fountains appear, it's like, oh, this fountain just appeared, you know, like we get the card one, whatever it's called, and then the cyber world, right? It's the fountain just appeared, so it's like this world just appeared. But then when you go inside that world, it's like, well, this world seems to have a history all of its own, and from, like, their perspective, like the creation of the world happened some time ago, probably ages ago, but then, like, something recently changed, right? The whole, like, night thing, right? Like, that happened recently, but not like immediately before, but happened at some point. So it makes me think that there's some sort of timey-wimey thing that goes on, which I think maybe other people have proposed as well, like on the internet or whatever, that when a dark world is created, it's, like, created with a history. Like, not simply, like, false memories and stuff, but, like, a whole world, like, happens. Like, there's a whole timeline that exists now that wasn't accessible from the light world before, or likely from Ralsei's dark world either. Like, it's, like, retroactively created in a way, which, like yes, this world is only just was formed, but from the perspective of the people inside, it's been around a lot longer. Maybe. And I don't know, if Kara somehow created the world of Undertale, maybe something similar could have happened. Of course, if there is a level above the light world, you know, if the underground is, like, if the world of Undertale is a light world, and then this is another light world, and there's a world above it, like, Well, it's like, okay, well, what was done to create the light world? What's done to create a light world? How do you form a light world? Is there some equivalent to, like, the depths? And in my mind, it'd be called the heights. Like, can you make a puncture the other way and, like, cause, like, light to come in and create like a light, like, a light shower or something, you know? Light waterfall. And would that then create a light world? Create a light world, you know, I don't know. But then, like, so, like, what is the nature of that higher level? Like, is it just, like, a realm of light? Like, presumably the depths is a realm of darkness? Is it some, like, again, some other world with, like, people? Like a world that Kara came from that has, like, is like an Earth with its own history and stuff, or are there both? Is there both a depth equivalent, like the heights or whatever, and then also like an inhabited world that also exists? I don't know, but it's interesting to theorize about, like how it all works, how it all ties together, you know. Yeah. Oh right, I think at this chapter doesn't just end when I go home. Like, it's not like I talk tutorial and go to bed, right? There's that one thing at the end, right? That one little thing at the end. Right? Yeah. Okay. I have other thoughts about, like, the lore and how things work, you know? And, anyways, it's an interesting franchise. Fun to play, fun to theorize about. And I will... You know, I do want to play those chapters that I haven't played before, and hopefully you'll get to watch me. Any people who are tuning in, who are watching at some point in the future, can watch me experience it for the first time. And then, you know, because I know it's been like, what, a month or so? It's been a while since these new chapters came out. And of course, by the time people are watching this, it'll be even longer. But maybe by the time the final chapters come out, you know, assuming that I'm still doing this, you know, still making Let's Plays and stuff, we'll get to experience it together. Or I can imagine some people might want to play it by themselves first, you know? I don't know. But even in that case, there might not be as big a gap between you playing it and then watching me play it. Wait, well, what is the ending? What is the dream that Toby had? What are we gonna see? How crazy is it gonna be, you know? What's gonna happen? You know? And seriously, and what is the relationship between Frisk and Chris and Kara, you know? There was a theory I heard where it was like a variant of the whole it's all just pretend, the Dark World is just fake theory. And it was like theorizing that the Dark World is basically the same thing as the world of Undertale, like the underground and stuff. That it's like sort of make-believe that maybe Chris is playing or something, or Chris and Ezreal, Chris and Susie or whatever, and it like draws inspiration from this real world, hometown. So like the fact that, hold on, is it over here? No, it's not over here. The fact that Asgore's shop is called Flower King, right? And other things, you know, like the politics bear from Snowden actually working in town hall, being in politics. The idea was that somehow they're taking elements from their own lives, or Chris's, and putting them into these worlds that they create. Again, I don't really like that idea per se. I mean, it's an interesting concept, but I don't, it's not my headcanon necessarily. I like the idea that they are real worlds where real things are happening, you know? Of course, it's all fictional when you think about it, or is it? You know, the multiverse and stuff, but, I don't know, it's just interesting to think about. Yes, so one thing that I thought, well, theoretically, if you are going with that idea, that line of reasoning, you know, if Chris created both worlds, or was part of creating both worlds, as part of their imagination and stuff, I don't know. You know, it could make sense for Chris to base two different characters on them, to base Frisk on themselves, but also base Kara, which would explain why they seem to be like a weird fused version of Frisk and Kara, like them put together, because they're both based on them in some regard. Again, I don't want it to be true, that the Undertale and the Dark Worlds are just like the imagination of Chris. But it's just interesting to draw certain parallels and make certain correlations. I guess it's always possible that it could be like a Lego movie situation, if you know what I'm saying. Wouldn't want to spoil that for anyone who hasn't seen it, but if you have seen it, then you know what I'm saying. I don't know. Again, is it just a multiverse? There's the world of Undertale and the world of Deltarune, and there's maybe they're alternate histories of each other, or maybe they just happen to be similar, and we just so happen to be looking at two different universes that have these similarities and have the same characters. Obviously in the real world, because they're made by the same person, same people, stuff. But I also have this idea. I don't know if it might ruin it for some people, like with the way that obviously they're games, right? But like there's some extent to which the gaminess, the game mechanics are like real. Like saving is real, at least in the world of Undertale. It seems to be real in the Dark Worlds as well. Which again, how that relates to time in Hometown, I'm not sure. Time in the Light World. But like it's all this gamey stuff, HP, levels of violence, what's the other one? Experience points, levels of violence. I have this idea of like, what if like Undertale and Deltarune and stuff, and this like multiverse we have of different realities, what if it's all part of some sort of simulation? I don't know who built the simulation, but what if like it literally is like a digital world, or a cyber world? It's all like a world somewhere on some massive computer. It doesn't mean that it's not real per se, because it doesn't make the experiences of the characters any less real to them. It's like they are computer programs, they just don't know it. Well, who knows if Kara knows it or Gaster knows it, but I don't know, I just feel like that's an interesting idea. Not everyone may like it, but it's sort of it's another way to explain how the two games connect without it being a simple like multiverse thing, where it's like, yeah, they're different universes, but they're actually both programs existing in the same universe, I don't know, I don't know. It's interesting to think about. Man, I've been going for so long here just talking. But some people like that, I've already made video essays, and yes, you're seeing me in them. You're not seeing me just walk around a character for an hour or whatever. But people like people talking, right? People like to listen to people talking, see my thoughts, and I guess maybe I have other thoughts as well. This is a very interesting world that Toby created. Oh yeah, I have Kara. I thought about like what the name Kara mean. Obviously, we know that it's a reference to character, right? It's like a meta thing, like how Toriel is tutorial, Sort of put Sans and Papyrus in that too, I guess, with like and Gaster, like those references a font. Well, who knows if they were aware of those fonts? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. And the volume just cut out on my headphones. That's interesting. I wonder if it's because my remote's battery died. I wonder. Because I just saw on my TV that it switched from the headphone mode to the non-headphone mode. Unless I made it pop out. No, it's still in. Oh, after the headphones didn't break. Oh wait, I can't change the volume. For some reason it was at 21 instead of 20. The normal TV volume. But I can't change the volume anymore, so I'm guessing that I guess that my remote's battery died and the headset probably drained it. Anyways. Oh. Oh no. Well, that's interesting. The audio is. I think the audio is playing from my TV. Yeah, because now the remote died. It's playing it from my TV. I just realized how am I going to turn the TV off? Well, I was thinking how am I going to turn the TV off? Obviously, I'll plug in the remote and then do it. I don't know if it's because of how quiet the music is. I have my air conditioner on, so I guess it's not. It's kind of quiet relative to that. I don't know, but it's not really showing up. I'm not seeing the music from the game represented much on OBS. I'm looking at the screen from my chair. I haven't tested it out before, but I wonder if the noise cancellation. I have noise cancellation on with the mic and stuff, and have it on strong instead of weak. I wonder if that would work on the TV audio. Like, can I play without headphones and like I'll hear the game from the TV, but it won't, for some reason, it won't pick it up. Maybe because it's this source of sound is further away or something. I don't know. I don't know. Of course, I do want to hear the ending of Chapter 1, so I'll probably plug in the remote. Yeah. What was I gonna say? I was saying something. Yes. Okay. I was thinking about like what could be like the real nature of the name, like in universe. What kind of name is Kara? You know. And at one point, I thought, I was like, well, what if it's more like something, like a name that like comes from like another language. Like my first thoughts were like Hebrew or Greek, and but more like pronounced like a different way, like Hada or something, or Hada, you know, like what if it's like what if the CH represents a different sound from what we think? Because like you see like in like Hebrew, like the CH is sometimes like that ha sound, right? The Hanukkah, you know, the and stuff. And so I looked tried to see if there was a Hebrew name that was like that, and I also looked into Greek, and I was like, oh, there is actually a Greek name that kind of works. It's spelled, how's it spelled? Chi Alpha Rho Alpha or something. Of course, Chi wasn't how it was originally pronounced. It was like, what was it, Ki or something? Of course, with the Great Vowel Shift, we pronounce the letters basically wrong now. Like pi was P, and anyways, but so there's this name, Kara, and just looking at the text at the Greek letters, it kind of looks like an X, like it's the X, the Chi letter is related to the Latin X, but the way it's usually sort of transliterated or put into like using Latin letters to look like an English word, it's a CH, and this was a while back that I was reading about it. I think can it be a name for multiple genders, both genders? I think it can be a girl's name. I'm not sure if it can also be a boy's name, or traditionally is one in Greek. But it, I think this is also on the Undertale wiki. After I figured this out, I read it on the Undertale wiki, and it means joy, I believe. That's basically the meaning, joy. And yeah, and it's pronounced like it's like a hara. It's like a the ha sound. It's a voiced velar fricative. I'm interested in like linguistics and phonetics and stuff. Of course, originally I believe the Hold on, what was Kai? Kai was... Wasn't it just an aspirated K sound? An aspirated K sound? Now I'm going to phonetics. Look at that. Trying to think. Yes. I think that in ancient Greek, Kai or Ki was like essentially like a K sound, like we make it, because the K sound wasn't aspirated. I think it was more like a how do I do it? A ka, like not trying not to voice it, but also not to aspirate it. Ka, and Kai was ka. It was like you breathe it through it. Similarly, pi. Is it pi? No, whatever we call phi or whatever was originally pronounced p. It was an aspirated p sound, p, and then that was phi, and then pi was like pi. I'm trying to not aspirate it but not voice it. Pi, and then right, and then the t, there's like a theta was like theta, or no, yes, theta, and then the other version of t in Greek was more of a non-aspirated ta sound. And then that was represented in Latin. Chi was represented with the ch. Theta, was that represented with the th, maybe? And then phi was a ph. And so it later became this fa sound, of course, because of how language changes. But originally in Greek, and then of course in Latin, borrowing from the Greek, it was like a sort of like a normal aspirated p sound that we're used to. Anyways, so kara, I believe that's how it's pronounced. That's how Google Translate stressed it and pronounced it. Means joy, and apparently frisk. I have to check again, but frisk in some sort of like Northern European language, like Danish or something, some sort of Germanic language, I believe. It sort of has a similar meaning of like joy, mirth, and I mean I guess it is a word in English too. I mean, of course, frisk sort of has a different meaning of like, sort of harassing someone or searching someone. Well, I guess it really means search, I guess, but yeah, it has some meaning in some European language that's similar to joy. And I think other people like put that together before I have. But interestingly, another name that seems Greek is Alphys. Notice the ph, right, which in ancient times would have been pa, and then the y, which it's not. We call it y, and we see that it makes a ya sound and an e sound. That's not what it originally was. The upsilon, I think, is what we call the Greek, what we now call in English the Greek letter that became y. It made this like rounded, kind of like the E sound, which was represented in the International Phonetic Alphabet by lowercase I, because that's really the sound that I made before the Great Vowel Shift. Yes, so it's like a rounded version of that. It's like a sound. I know it's weird. It's a common vowel in French. And that's the sound that it made, and that's also the sound that it made in Latin when they borrowed it, when the Romans borrowed it. And then somehow over the centuries that turned into like this E sound and this ya sound. It lost the rounding, but so we pronounced her name Alphys, right? Because A-L-P-H, which we now pronounce as a fa, and then the Y, which we pronounce E, and then S. But in ancient Greek, it would have been she would have been called Alpi. It's hard to do it. Alpice. Like Alpice, but with the E rounded. And so I just find that interesting. Like there are two names that could be interpreted as Greek. And I've thought about like where could the the world of where could Undertale be set? Like a mountain. Okay, where's the mountain? Where is Mount Ebott? Where is the underground? And I read one thing online where someone was writing as if it was somewhere in Greece, which I can kind of get with like maybe the human monster war is remembered in Greek mythology as the Titanomachy, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, the war between the Olympians and the Titans, and the Olympians won, like the younger generation of gods, and they trapped the Titans in Tartarus. And of course Tartarus is very, it's supposed to be very deep. It's supposed to be underneath Hades. It's underneath the normal underworld. But, and it's not that, doesn't seem to be that deep in Undertale. But it's similar. It's similar to what we would imagine Tartarus to be like. You go through the entrance, and it's like a volcano. Obviously they built a city there, and they built the core there, but it's like a volcano world. It's like very, how we might imagine Tartarus to be like, in a way. And so that sort of makes sense. It's like, oh, okay, maybe there was a human monster war, and then it's remembered as the Titanomachy. There was a theory that back when there were like other people like that did that were on the Game Theorist channel that had sort of like their own series. Like, remember the one guy had the science. There was someone else. I never watched them when they were making videos. I did, for the first like several years of game theory. I don't think I really watched it. But there was someone who was part of the Game Theorists and I found it in like a list that someone had made, like a watch list of videos. Watch list, is that the right term? Whatever you call it when you have a bunch of whatever you call it when you have a bunch of a playlist. Sorry. It was there in a playlist of Undertale theories, and the person was talking about how, I forget their name, but they were talking about how the story of the human monster war and the monsters being sealed underground is similar to something that happened in Irish mythology or Irish folklore, at least as described in one book called, I believe, the Book of Migrations. The idea is that because it's like a Christianized version of Irish mythology that was made after Ireland was Christianized, and it like tries to link different waves of people moving to Ireland, starting with like early descendants of Noah and stuff, and but you can see things in it, like pick apart things that might have been part of earlier, Irish mythology. And there's this idea of this like race or group of people called the Tuatha De Danann, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, and they're described in the Book of Migrations as being like a I think as being people, I think, or something like people, and it's theorized that being like early, like some of them were like early kings and queens or whatever of Ireland, but it's been theorized by like scholars that they're sort of like the Christianized version of the old Irish gods, the old Irish pantheon. And there's this idea of like when the final wave of humans migrating came to Ireland, they fought a war, and they won the war, and as a result of that, the Tuatha De Danann, again, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, they're linked with like fairies and the fae and stuff, and beings of Irish folklore. They were sort of like they had to stay underground. Like the deal was that was their domain. They lived like in hills underneath the ground, under the ground, and the newer arrivals got the surface. And then those the Milesians, yes, that's what the final wave was called. And I think according to the book, they came from like Spain or something. And so the Milesians got the surface, and the Tuatha De Danann got the underground. And so this person was saying, oh, like this is similar to Undertale, I don't think, I'm not sure that there's the same concept of there being like an actual barrier that's blocking them, but these other beings, these like magical beings or whatever, that sort of evolved through folklore into like fairies and leprechauns maybe too, and they get the underground. And interestingly, there's one description. Right? No. Okay. So I get that, and that's an interesting theory. But I feel like if you're looking for monsters, for like a race that's like actually monsters, I feel like they might have more in common. The monsters of Undertale might have more in common with another race, another group of beings from Irish folklore called the Fomorians, who are described as literally being like a race of monsters. But interestingly, one description of the Fomorians, or some of the Fomorians, sounds a lot like a boss monster, in that they're like humanoid in general shape, but they have like goat horns, and maybe also have goat fur, I think. So it kind of doesn't it kind of sound like Asgore and Toriel and Asriel? I just find that interesting. And though the Fomorians, I think that they had a war with Tuatha De Danann, and they weren't driven underground, they were driven to the sea. Like they fled into like boats and stuff, I think. So there's an interesting link with like, yeah, interesting connection to Greek mythology, an interesting connection to Irish mythology and Irish folklore, Irish legend. But also kind of like the idea of like, well, you know, what if the Fomorians went somewhere else, settled somewhere else, and what if like later they encountered humans, and then those humans sealed them underground in the place that they were. Anyways, another possible location that I consider for Undertale, the setting, is Iceland. The idea that these monsters somehow at some point settled in Iceland, and then you know, during the Middle Ages, people settled in Iceland. Of course, we associate like the Norse and the Vikings, but their records from way back when seem to indicate that they were earlier settlements, possibly like Irish missionaries, maybe, or monks or something. I don't know. Anyways, so you know, humans settle, and I'm like imagining sort of this alternate history world where, you know, Iceland was one of like the last places in Europe, sort of like to be settled, to be touched by humans. So as we know, before those first settlers arrived, there was no one there. It was uninhabited throughout all of human history. So I'm imagining like an alternate world where there were monsters there. The monsters lived there, and for like a couple of centuries, or for a while, maybe 100 years or so, they lived in peace. And then at some point, a war broke out. One possible cause that I thought about is, okay, well, what if when Ireland was Christianized, and it was like officially Christianized around the year 1000, what if people became more afraid of like this idea of creatures that can steal your soul, right? Because your soul is so important. You know, you want your soul to go to the right place. And if there are these monsters that can steal your soul, you know, that's really scary. And so maybe there was another layer of fear sort of added to the idea, and that there were like tensions then between humans and monsters, and that, you know, that it broke out into war. And of course, trying to square this with actual history, it's like, well, you know, maybe there, you know, none of the monsters actually ever left Iceland before the war, and after the war happened and they were sealed underground, it was sort of just became a matter of legend and stuff. And you know, if it wasn't believed to be like real history by like more modern historians. But yeah, so I like the idea that like somehow the Fomorians connect in as like, oh, they were driven out of Ireland, so they moved to Iceland, and then humans moved to Iceland and they drove them underground. But I also feel like Iceland is an interesting possibility because of the different biomes. The different biomes in the underground, which one could argue aren't really related much to the biomes, the environment, the climate of the surface. you have Snowdon, you know? Parts of Iceland are very cold and have a lot of snow. First people say, well, that's the green one. Greenland is the icy one. Well, Iceland is also icy. Like there are green parts and icy parts, and probably also depends on the time of year. Likely depends on what altitude you're at. There are icy parts, and also it's a volcanic area, you know? Not only is there a hot spot, it's believed that there's a hot spot that goes down into the mantle. It's believed that it's also on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge too. So it's like it's volcanic for both reasons. Found that out at one point, that there was also a hot spot, or there believed to also be a hot spot there. So it's volcanic. Parts of it are cold, and you can imagine that maybe there could be some area where like it's hot over here, it's cold over here. Maybe there's some liquid water over here that's flowing, you know? So does that have to do with why it's the different biomes in the underground? I don't know. I mean, when you see the surface in both at the beginning of Undertale, and you see Kara there, and then at the end when the true pacifist route, when they come out and they see the surface, it doesn't look very icy or snowy, but you know, I don't know, maybe it depends on the time of year, and maybe the underground, again, it's magical, I guess, so maybe it has will have different, you know, will maintain the same biome in a certain area, same climate, regardless of what it's like outside on the surface. But I like that as another possibility of maybe Iceland. You know, if we go with the idea that Kara is Greek, maybe their family. Well, I mean, if their name is Kara and it's the Greek Hara, it might make it more likely that they're female. I'm not sure. This idea that or assigned female at birth, you know. Maybe their family was from Greece and they moved to Iceland for business or whatever. But anyways, another place I like. Well, another place I read about, there was someone on Reddit or whatever who argued that there was some like German or Germanic influence, so maybe arguing that there's some sort of connection there to like Central Europe or something. Which I guess is a possibility, but another location I like is New England, is like a place like Vermont or New Hampshire or Massachusetts, because that's where Toby Fox is from, right? He's like from that area. He's from, I think either Vermont or New Hampshire. I want to say maybe New Hampshire. And he went to college, I think, in Massachusetts, I believe. So I kind of like the idea of that being where Mount Ebott is, and that being where the underground is. And when Azrael emerged from the underground with Kara's body and holding Kara's soul, it wasn't actually, because people talk about this, the idea that that storyline seems to happen in the present day, and it seems like Frisk's storyline seems to happen like 100 years later, at some point in the future. So it wasn't necessarily maybe a village, like we kind of tend to think. Like it could have just been a town, some New England town, some Massachusetts town or whatever, that he just appeared, and you know, he wasn't being shot at with arrows, he was being shot at with guns, you know? And then of course he went back into the underground and stuff, and died, turned to dust and stuff. But so I kind of like that concept of it being set in New England. I also feel like it could be Canada, maybe. You know, with all these leaves that we see and the trees that we see in Hometown, assuming that it's like an alternate universe version of the same area, takes place in a similar proximity. Like, is it a New England area, Canada area? Like, are these maple leaves we're looking at, or something similar? You know, like the way the leaves get in the fall in like Northeast and stuff. Yeah, those are different possibilities I've thought about for where it could be set. And I guess if it is New England, that could be a little easier to explain the whole Greek thing, because, you know, there are a lot of people who moved from other parts of the world to America, you know. So yeah, in that case, Mount Ebott would be somewhere in, what is it called, the White Mountains or something? Whatever mountain range exists in New England. Or it could be any of those other places. But then, of course, yeah, there's the question of Deltarune. It's like, what are things like in Deltarune? Some people have theorized it's a world where the human-monster war never happened, and humans and monsters continue to live side by side. You know, but then where are all the humans? Why do we just see Chris? You know, is it just that this is just a monster town? The monsters tend to live on their own with their own kind. You know, or did something happen? Is Chris somehow the last human? You know, I don't know. Where was I going with that? I don't think that it's really picking up the audio from the TV, which is good. Because I don't want to get a double thing in the recording that can kind of ruin it, I guess. I mean, no, I should just, I can't lower the volume. I gotta plug it in. I'll plug it in a bit. What was I saying? Yes, Deltarune. Is this a world where the human-monster war never happened, you know? Or maybe is this a world where humans and monsters met at a later time, you know? Like, I question, how can this world have, you know, a long history of humans and monsters coexisting, and Beauty and the Beast be a fictional movie within that world, right? Because I just feel like it'd be weird. It'd be weird for you to have a world where there are humans and monsters, and then I can maybe understand the story existing, the original story, and different versions of it, but for Disney to make a movie in the 90s, right? It was the 90s, whatever, where the big plot point, the big premise is that this human was turned into this hideous beast who just so happens to look a lot like a boss monster type, you know, monster. It happens to look a lot like Asgore, you know. And then the great thing at the end is, throughout the movie, she saw the good in him, and then at the end, she turns back into a human. It's like, wouldn't that be offensive to monsters? And wouldn't Disney know that? But it seems to exist somehow in the world of Deltarune. Deltarune, it's like, how does that work? You know, I don't know how it works. I've tried to figure out a way for, like, humans and monsters to meet, like, as late as possible somehow. Like, parts of the world that weren't discovered until late. Like, there's an area in, the South Indian Ocean. They're scattered islands. Well, some islands called the Kerguelen Islands or something, but there used to be more land there above the water, and a long time ago, a lot of it like sank. But they're like the islands left are like the tips. It's like, what if this is a universe where the Kerguelen Plateau, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, didn't sink, and like monsters lived there somehow, and then like. Thinking like the 1700s, where I think in our world, humans discovered those islands. In this world, they discovered this whole land, and the monsters lived there, or maybe the monsters lived somewhere in like the wilds of Canada, and I mean, maybe they encountered some Native American or First Nations peoples, but. You know, Europeans didn't know about them until some point during like the colonial period, and maybe that could explain how somehow, like, you know, the idea of Beauty and the Beast still exists, you know, and it can still exist separately from the concept of monsters existing, because that story was created before. Before monsters entered recorded human history, essentially. And then maybe by the time of the 90s, when the movie, like, when they were making the movie, maybe it was like, I don't know, the idea was that, yes, in the time period that we're representing, he would obviously be considered a monster. The Beast would be considered, in a bad way, the Beast would be considered hideous. Of course, now it wouldn't be very PC to actually call him a monster. To say that he's like a hideous beast and stuff. Nowadays, he'd just be one of the monsters who lives in the world, you know, look a lot like a boss monster or something. But they're like, we're representing, you know, this story from an earlier period of time, and like how people back then would have viewed the Beast, you know. not as modern humans who are used to monsters, but like some people back then, you know. And I could imagine maybe there being some understanding where it's like, okay, you know, monsters, we're doing this with good intentions. We're trying to show the beast in a positive light, you know. Yes, he's not really a monster in the same way that monsters are, or maybe he really was turned into a monster during that time that he was the beast. Well, he does have blood, doesn't he? He has blood. Then again, in this world, do they have blood or do they not? But I guess if there's a way where I could imagine it existing. But it's easier to imagine it existing if, I don't know, if but when the original Beauty and the Beast story was like created and stuff, like most humans didn't know about monsters, or most humans who had written records didn't know about monsters. Or I guess alternatively, when Beauty and the Beast, the time period that Beauty and the Beast the story originally came from, could have just been a very bigoted time, you know? It's still be weird though, because in the story, I imagine in the original story as well, not just the movie, like the Beast is sort of something unique. It's never said, I believe, that he was made to be more like another type of being that exists out there, you know? Like, oh, he was made to look like this kind of monster or something. I know he looks different in different adaptations. I think I've seen an image of like an older version where he's more like sort of pig-like in a way. But the story never says, you know, oh, he was made to look like a pig-type monster, you know. Unless that is what the story says in their world. I don't know. But in the movie, of course, assuming that it's the same movie that we got, none of the French people are ever like, oh, it's a monster. You know, we know about monsters. It's all like, yo, here's Beast, what is this thing, you know? So which makes me think that, unless it's the story is somehow different, or there's this other context that their version of the movie has, that we don't have, where it is a world where they know about monsters and stuff, makes me think that somehow, maybe humans and monsters met late in history. Or, no, sorry. Monsters entered recorded human history late in history. I don't know. But, man, I've been talking for so long. I don't know how long, but I've been talking for a long time. Yeah, I guess it's not really picking up TV audio, which I'm glad. But I'm going to plug in my remote so that I can finish the level and hear everything. So of course, I might not be able to sit in this chair. Maybe I can sit in my other chair, my desk chair. Does this get a bit louder? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Enough tangents for me. I'm going to plug this in. I have a lamp that has like a USB thing where I plug in my phone, and when my remote dies, I also plug it in there. Gotta get the USB cord that's behind my TV. Knit. Wait, Chris is just staring at me. What the heck are you doing, bro? Plug my phone. Oh! I just made my lamp fall over. It's okay, it's a relatively small lamp, I guess. I'll confuse the cords. Plug in this cord for the remote. Alright, I've had difficulty. This plug-in sometimes be difficult. Tried to charge my mic system with it, but it kept like getting sort of stuck. But I think other things might get stuck too. Maybe it's upside down, I don't know. First I don't know if I should turn on the light, I don't want to upset Maggie. Plug this in. I'm gonna finish the level. Go to bed. Come on. Wait. Oh, got it. Got it in the slot. Okay. Gotta follow the wire. Follow the wire. Plug this into the bottom of the remote. Please work, please work. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Nice. Okay. We have audio. Well, I have audio. I put the remote, the controller. Oh, there it is, on my desk. All right, let's, after all of that, oof. After, what, an hour? Was this an hour of just standing here? And me sitting and talking? I'm going to finish, put the remote on the floor, and finish the level. Hi, Sans. What mysteries do you hold? Better not to get too much flack for that Sans we Rolls thing. But no one's gonna buy this. No one's gonna buy it. It's a dumb idea. Oh, my remote charging fast? Sort of like a process of elimination thing. If I want him to be a darkener, but at the same time not just be, like, be a darkener we know, you know, secretly. I know. Might be dumb. Consider it dumb. Cat. Reminds me of John Cat, VUUX cat, also known as the Foul Beast. The Foul Beast. Okay, let's go. Oh, Noelle! What? Oh, okay. I forgot about this. I went to the room where Rudy was. She left the room because I showed up. Now she's here. Ooh, what's the lore implication? The lore implications, what happened over here? Of course, the police tape is down there. Where's that? Who knows how long? I'm not sure how long ago that thing was, that incident was. She's at the gate. Black gate. They catch you! They catch you! Oh, hi, Chris. You need help with your homework again? I know you were having trouble last time. Oh, she's so sweet. So, I actually got a few things ready for you. In case... Oh, wait, sorry. I can't right now. What happened? Got my house key again, and... Sorry, Chris, I'll help you later if that's okay. Is this really what happened, or is that an excuse? See you at school, Chris. What is the deal? Chris? Did you want to talk about something? Susie? Want to talk about Susie? Susie, that's right. You were with Susie. Well, you didn't come back to class. I was worried, but everything turned out okay, I think. Chris? Can I ask something? That's okay? Is Susie single? Is Susie into girls? Is Susie into dear girls? Can I ask something if that's okay? Susie, I'm kind of curious what she's like, you know? I mean, who doesn't wonder about her? She never talks to anyone. So Chris, could you tell me about her if that's okay? Sure. I find it interesting that Susie's very much a loner. Very much like a, no one get close to me, you know? Sort of, not necessarily a goth, but like, you know, stay away. For Noelle to be like, you're the one I want. I don't know. She's nice. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say she's heat stroke, and I'm not gonna say she's terrible. Even if this, even if this is like this is probably one of those things where I can't go back and choose the other ones. But I am going to say that she's nice, because yes, it took a while, but she ultimately was nice to me. I mean, give her enough time, yeah. Kinda? She's working on it, she's working on it. I mean, that's just what I was hoping, but... Wait, this is another trick. It's not a trick, exactly. Like when you put ketchup on your arms and told me it was blood. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Ketchup blood, Like when you put ketchup on your arms and told me it was blood. Really, you're serious? Yes! But so maybe I should try talking to her. Be very, very careful. You gotta be very careful. but you go up to her, you should find out if she likes steer girls, and it all works out, then shoot your shot. Gosh, maybe I should try talking to her. If I die, you're paying for my funeral. Okay. Well, what are monster funerals? Right? Are monster funerals here the same as they are in Undertale? Where they turn to dust and they sprinkle the dust on stuff? Well, what would you want your dust sprinkled on? Sorry. It's dark. If I die, you're paying for my funeral, Chris. So honestly, if she's nice, I might die. Ah, squee! Squee! It's like, in chicken nugget shorts. Cheeseburger and coffee. Squee! Matt watched that in a GT Not Live or something, and the scene where they become like a couple and stuff, and Matt was like, oh, and he says to Ash, he's like, is this the definition of squee? And Ash is like, yes, it's squee. All right, honestly, if she's nice to me, I might die too. Squee. Oh, that's it? No, that can't be it. I don't remember. I didn't know if she was gonna pause and then she'd say something again. Huh? Oh. Okay, I'm not gonna go back to Susie because I either say she eats chalk, she's terrible, or just say nothing. Told her that she's nice, you know. So I'll go with anything. Chris, are you feeling all right? Normally you're not so talkative. Is that because you have a different soul inside of you? I don't mean to sound like something's wrong with you. Chris, is something wrong? Maybe. Why'd you go to the hospital to see my dad? Why can't I go to the hospital to see my dad? He's my friend's dad and my dad's friend. And possibly more than my dad's friend. Why'd you go to the hospital to see my dad? I mean, I'm sure he appreciated it, but, I'm sorry, Chris. Forget I said anything. Stop turning away, I'm talking to you. Something up. Key. I don't ask my mom for the key. What was that to again? Was it to her house or something? What? She doesn't want to ask her mom for the key because it's an excuse. I left something, excuse, outside. Mom for the key? I mean, you know. Oh, right. Mom's the mayor, yeah. She doesn't like when I bother her when she's working. Don't worry, okay? I'll just go over to Caddy's. The mother sounds kind of domineering. Not because she's a woman in a position of power, but she just happens to be a woman in a position of power with a domineering personality. I think. From what I've heard and stuff. Something up. Nothing. Tell Azzy said hi, Chris. Azzy, that's Azrael, right? Or not Azrael, okay. I don't want to miss anything. Say nothing, okay. What are you waiting for? Right? Did something happen over here? Will this gate ever be open at some point? Will we be able to, or will the police state be gone at some point? We can go. And what the heck does Onion-san want to tell me? Why was it so foreboding? His face getting darker, like an anime character. You know, when like something happens and it's upset, and like the face like it's shadowy, kind of like the top of Chris's face. All right, Noelle, you're very sweet. Hope you get everything you dreamed. With well, I hope your relationship with your mother improves, and hope that the whole sister thing gets resolved, which I imagine it's gonna be at some point in this plot. And I hope that you have a happy relationship with Susie, assuming that that's what she wants as well, assuming that it's all consensual. And the next chapter is gonna be kind of stressful for you. So I played it before. I watched people play it, or whatever. Someone play it. But you'll be fine. I'm planning to do the normal route, not the Snowgrave route, so I'm not going to be mean to you or anything. I'm not going to pressure you or anything. And maybe at some point, if I want to explore that route, maybe I will, but not on this, not this playthrough, not this run. You don't want to be mean. Be a nice person. Be a good friend. You know? Burley's kind of hard to get, you know, used to. It's kind of overbearing and obnoxious and narcissistic and arrogant and, you know, but that could work out too. You know, people, you know, me and Susie became friends, you know. All it took was being transported to a magical land. That some people argue is just our imaginations. But I don't think it's just our imaginations. So yeah. And what are you looking at? Why are you just looking? You've been standing here for like 5 minutes, at least, right? We can both just stare. Is that what you want to do? Do you just want to stare? I can do that. I can stare. You want to stare? I'll stare. So this is a gate. Does that mean, like I said before, does that mean that this is a gated community? Are these people wealthy? Are these people well-to-do? You know? They seem pretty middle class to me, right? It's not like these are mansions, right? You know? Are we looking at the less wealthy? Are we looking down at the poor peons of society? As Cyber King likes to say. I like when I could sort of turn. Like, hey, what's up? Hey, you wanna know something? You wanna know something? I like to stab the floor. And rip out my own soul, whatever soul is in my body, rip out my soul, rip out the soul. Glowing red eyes, chuckle. Let's chuckle. Use things with like knives. I may or may not like chocolate, depending on how linked I am with Kara. Again, who knows the relationship? Some say that we shouldn't really try to connect the two games because Toby said that sort of not to, but he did say that doesn't mean that there are no connections. Just sort of that he doesn't want us to worry about too much about like it. He doesn't want us to be, I think, so occupied with the idea of how do Undertale and Deltarune connect that we're not focused on the actual story that he's telling in Deltarune. Like he wants us to be focused on that, not so much on, okay, yeah, but how does Undertale fit in? You know, not that we can't do that, but like. He wants us to be able to like enjoy Deltarune as its own thing, you know. He said like this is a game sort of that you can play after you play Undertale. It's like, yes, it helps to have the context of Undertale when you play this. Like things sort of maybe make more sense when you played Undertale and then you play this. But he wants us to like view it as its own story, sort of. At least for now, you know, like, who knows if there'll be some greater connection at some point, you know. We're gonna have to fight Gaster or something, you know. But, I don't know. Who knows? You know. Just consider them to be alternate universes if you want. You know. Maybe some characters can travel between them, you know. Is it all simulation stuff, or are these all distinct programs running in a simulation? Is this all really the Matrix and Chris is the one, right? Or Frisk is the one, or Car's the one? What was, I know Kung Fu. He's beginning to believe. You move like they do. You hear that, Mr. Anderson? You hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability. My name is Neo. So what, are you saying I can dodge bullets? I'm saying that in time, you won't have to. What is real? How do you define real? Try not to focus on moving the spoon. Bending the spoon or whatever. Try to focus on the truth. What's that? There is no spoon. Yeah, it's very impressive. I have been like Well, I don't want to say wasting, but one could argue wasting. I've been lollygagging for an hour. Maybe I'll put a warning in the description, like, I lollygag for an hour. So once I go to Sans and talk to Sans again, you might want to skip. You might want to skip to this point. You can skip to this point when I talk to Noelle. When I see Noelle and talk to Noelle. Because there's so much time in between where I just lollygag it up. And talk about whatever. Theorize about Undertale, talk about Undertale. Talk about FNAF. Talk about phonetics. Talk about pre-modern mythologies and folklores. Yeah. And like, it's kind of like what I was saying before, right? So you got animals, right? You got humans, and you got animals, and they're pretty similar in many ways, biologically speaking. Well, some animals are more similar to humans than others. And then you have the monsters. And, you know, some of them are maybe more human-like than others. Like the one guy, like the washing guy, who kind of looks human, like inside that suit or whatever. Some look like certain animals, right? And it's like, what's the relationship there? Like, monsters are made of magic and dust. So, could they have possibly evolved from those animals, or? I mean, in a setting like this, it makes you think that, like, monsters were created somehow, right? Someone created them, and maybe also created humans and animals and stuff. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to say. When you're talking to whatever their names are, Catty and whatever, Chatty Cathy over there, one of them talks about how they say something about like the war or them being underground or something, like for over a millennium. No, something about she said they've been underground for millennia, right? I believe that she used the term millennia, and of course that's not proper grammar. So she means either a millennium or multiple millennia. So like at least 2,000. So either around 1,000 years or like 2 or more thousand years. I feel like linguistically, when someone would say something like that, they're more likely to be, just using the wrong word, the wrong form for the singular of millennium, than they are to say a millennia when they're talking about multiple millennia. Does that make any sense? You know, like, what's an example? Someone says a geese, right? A geese. It's more likely that they're, I guess, if they don't, I mean, that's more of an example where you have to be maybe not as familiar with English or something. But, well, saying millennia instead of millennium could show some lack of English knowledge. But anyways, like saying a geese. Do you mean multiple geese? Or do you mean a goose? You know? I feel like it's more likely that she meant a millennium and just used the wrong word, ended it in the wrong way. Which would then mean that it's been around 1,000 years, right? So it would put human monster war somewhere in the Middle Ages. And, when and where exactly would it have occurred, Kind of like the idea of it being somewhere like Iceland, where it was like, again, not a part of human history for most of human history, but then some humans settled, and then there was the war, and then it was just humans, I mean, maybe that kind of goes against the whole once humans and monsters shared the earth thing, maybe, I don't know, but I still kind of like the idea. So I guess even if you do skip from me talking to Sans the second time and talking to Noelle, there's still going to be some lollygagging after I talk to Noelle. And this is that lollygagging right here. But my lollygagging is about to be over. I like this whole thing. I can wait and look. I can say something. I can look, and then I can comment. Lollygagging is still going to be over. Then we're going to go home. We're going to finish the chapter. And we're going to see the twist at the end of the chapter that makes you go, what? right? If you haven't, if you don't know the twist, you're like, what? What's going on? How does it even work? How do you do that? How is that biologically, anatomically possible? We'll see him shortly. Why are you standing here? Huh? Why are you standing here? From all this, you may conclude that I do indeed have combined type ADHD. But, I don't know. From my experience, it's like more the inattentiveness that's the problem. It's like, that's like my lived experience of like having the inattentive stuff. Inattentive type. Of course, again, in other situations, I can be hyper, I guess. Other times in the past, in school, in certain situations, in circumstances, certain social settings, I've been hyper. Like, I can get really hyped up talking about different things, or things that interest me, you know. Kind of like me here, me playing the game. So, yeah. So, yeah. Let's go. Alright, why are you standing there? Hey, Caddy. Kathy? Caddy, here's his name. It's Caddy, right? It's your mom's van. That's it? It's you! It's you, Frisk. No. Why does my house seem so small relative to me? I mean, it's just a design feature, right? It's probably not... Right, is this house to scale? Relative to the Chris? Or is it just, oh, that's just the way it's designed, this is the size of the sprite they're using, and the size of the house they're using. No, look at the mat, look at the mat, look at the mat! Deltarune. Isn't it interesting how the Deltarune prophecy, like, there is a Deltarune prophecy in both games. In Undertale, it's the prophecy about the person who's seen the surface, coming, freeing the monster world, freeing the monsters, which ends up being fulfilled by Asriel, or Flowey Asriel, that version of him at the end of Undertale, the pacifist route. But then in Deltarune, it's something different. It's about the balance between light and dark, and the heroes appearing, the human, the monster, and the prince from the dark, So it's like, same name, but different prophecies, unless there's somehow some link between them, other than just the name and the symbol. I don't know. Another thing I've thought is like, okay, so Chris is a human, right? Depicted in yellow form, who knows what that may or may not mean. Chris is a human. Ralsei is a monster, clearly, a crocodile-like, alligator-like monster. And then Ralsei is a dark prince of the dark. Prince from the dark? However it's phrased. But Ralsei looks like Asriel. Ralsei looks like a monster. So, are the Darkners, who are more similar to Asriel, in some respect monsters? Or are they somehow a counterpart or a mirror of monsters? And does that then mean that there are more human-like Darkners? Right? Are there ones who are more like equivalent to humans? Or does that human monster distinction not really exist in the Dark Worlds? And further, I didn't realize until this playthrough, I was like, wait a minute, there's no one in Ralsei's Dark World? It's just him before we show up? But there's no one there? There are no subjects? Like, they don't even have, like, a parent? Do they not even have a parent with them? Who's, like, the actual person who rules? Is the monarch? What's going on there? Why is there no one there? How does that work? What's going on? I mean, they seem to have interpreted that correctly, that he has no subjects at the start. Maybe he used to, but he doesn't now, right? It's weird, right? It's weird. It's weird. Okay. You can't already tell I also have OCD. Which I think I talked about in an earlier video. I think, maybe. It also explains some of the stuff I do. Like lollygagging, yes, it can be associated with ADD, but also, the number of times I may do things, ways I may do things, So yeah. Wait, can I do it here? Hold on. Boom. I can like blue steel. Can I blue steel? Ooh. 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 Oh, does he move? Do they move though when I do that? Like, can I do it without moving? Maybe not. Ooh. All right, brain, relax, quiet down, mind. You gotta finish the chapter. This was supposed to be relatively short, but it's taking forever. I was thinking of starting chapter 2 tonight, but I probably won't, because how much time I spent lollygagging. Put like a warning, like, beware, lollygagging starts at this point. At this point, in between lollygagging, I do talk to Noelle. Then I get back to lollygagging for a while. And then I finish the story of the chapter. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Yeah. Welcome home, honey. You have fun with your friend today? Yeah, I mean, it was kind of stressful, but yeah. Got attacked by card people, whatever. By the way, I just finished baking a pie. Nice. If you go to bed, it will be cool when you wake. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's gonna cool for 12 hours? Is that normal? Why would you do that? Why? Well, I guess maybe it would. Unless you don't care about eating it warm. I like pie warm. Like apple pie, I like it warm. Like I'll warm it up if it's not warm. Go to bed, it'll be cool when you wake. Do not eat it all this time, alright? Oh, do not eat it all this time, alright? Okay. Let me go back. I can go back out, okay. You're not? Use some of that energy to wake up on time. Not carry you to school anymore. You're not be able to carry the ring for you, but I can carry you. Can I do it again? Will it be different this time? No, okay. Nothing about the window. Book. It's a book of hymns. Book of hymns, but hymns about who? What's the religion like? Couch. No couch. TV doesn't seem to even be plugged in anymore. Okay. Okay, the music. Did the music change? Yeah, the music changed. Yeah, it doesn't even acknowledge that the Asgore's old chair is there. Chris, what is it, honey? I want all the dialogue. No, I'm not gonna give her the flowers, probably. Me? Off to university. Is it in Britain? Remember when you were little? You asked when your horns were going to grow in? So we bought that headband with the little red horns on it. You mean like Star? Like Star versus the Forces of Evil? That's what I'm saying? Oh, you wore it for months. Whatever happened to it? I don't know. Maybe a princess from another dimension took it. And then went on a series of adventures that went downhill in the later seasons, culminating in an ending that people hated. Sorry, at least that's what I gather. That's what happened. What's the first 2 seasons? So, where it wasn't as serious, I guess, the plot and stuff. Not that there wasn't a plot. Right? She has like these weird like devil horns, right? Well, headband thing. Just like what she just described there. Okay, more dialogue? More dialogue. Just what is it, honey? Asriel? Remember that video game you and Asriel used to play? What was it called? Super Smashing Fighters? Super Smashing Fighters. When he was very little, he loved the green lizard from that. Green lizard. What's that? I never played Smash Brothers. We even had a birthday party of him themed around it. My father painted all these eggs with spots as decorations. Wait, green lizard, is that Yoshi? Or is it someone from another thing? Your brother loved it. Till the next day. Till the very next day. Till the next day, your father... Lovely. His brother just kept crying. Aww. Ever since he's hated that book about eating green eggs. Aww. At least let him have closure with the eggs. Just goodbye to the eggs. What is it, honey? Oh, I talked about Asriel, right? Flowers. I did talk about Asriel, right? Yes, okay, sorry. The very next day. The flowers. Oh, right. For your mother? Then she realizes. How sweet. Then her expression changes. These are from him, or are they not? Well, worry not, Chris. I will find some place for them. I see. Is it a place that's empty? Like a certain person's soul? Never mind. Okay. Really? Why could that be? Is it because they're dead and got another soul put into them? Maybe? I don't know. Listen to this rendition of the theme. So like, homey. You know, it's all homey. Also has like the day is coming to an end feeling, you know, it's kind of like, those of you who are about my age, the, how does it go? So long, farewell to you, my friends. And the similar, goodbye, good friends, goodbye. It was one inspired by the other, both Playhouse Disney shows. Out of the Box and Blue House. They would end each episode with like a song like that, sort of like a goodbye, good night song. See you later. The thing in Out of the Box, the whole box place they built was like bigger on the inside, like a TARDIS in a way. But then the Big Blue House was just big and blue, like a TARDIS, not necessarily bigger on the inside. Theory: the two adults in Out of the Box are Time Lords. And maybe all the boxes were like just a TARDIS in disguise, right? Like, TARDIS can take different forms. We saw in season 9 that the TARDIS can apparently like blow up, or at least the outside can blow up and like reform. It's like, what if the TARDIS turned into a bunch of boxes? And like they made the kids think that they were putting this thing together, and that, oh, it's so wonderful, when actually it's a TARDIS. And they're somehow hiding it. Like, I don't know where the console is or whatever, but I don't know. Could Bear be a Time Lord too? I don't know. I don't know. My brain. Sorry for making me dizzy there. No more dialogue with Toriel, okay. Okay, the phone. The landline phone. Oh yes, I remember the days of landlines. Well, I still have landlines, but they don't have cords. They're not stuck to the thing with cords. They can pick them up. So it's a landline phone, but you already have a cell phone. But why do I have cell phones and this? Well, I guess this one's old, right? I guess the Asgos one is old too. Right? I don't know, it's just interesting. Because we associate TVs like this with sort of like an earlier time, cell phones. Like, yes, of course, cell phones did exist in like the 2000s and stuff. And earlier versions existed even earlier. And my family still had like CRT TVs for a while, I think, in the 2000s, right? At some point we switched over to a flat screen. Crazy how big TVs are now, right? The big TVs are so big. People who lived in times when they were smaller. Like the one in the living room was so freaking big. Not this living room, my living room. The one here I'm using in my room is smaller. But still cool. Oh, look at the heart there. Is that a soul? Is that representing a soul, or just a heart? Just represent love and family. Okay, I gotta finish this up. I feel like something important might happen right here. Right here. In about a chapter. Right in this location. What exactly the ramifications are of that, I'm not sure. I haven't seen yet. Something happens. All right, let's go. OCD, ADD brain, work with me. Okay. I feel like it's like a soul. Now, I can sort of understand that now, if we're supposed to believe that, like, yes, we just see her sitting there, but she did actually throw it out, you know? But why before? Was he also sending her flowers? Did he send her flowers before? Like, recently before? Restaurant. Yes, but is it empty like someone's soul? Why can't I check the... Oh, there's the pie! I'm not gonna eat the pie, but I'm gonna check the pie. I'm gonna inspect the pie, Toriel. So don't freak out if I go near the pie. Don't freak out. There's a pie behind you. And don't freak out, but they're naked. Don't freak out. They're holding a knife. Don't freak out, but they're just gonna use the knife to cut slices of themselves for you to eat. So don't forget. Okay. Sink. There's some white fur stuck in the drain. The pie. It's a butterscotch butter. Oh no. Confused it with buttercups. The butterscotch cinnamon pie is still cooling. That's it. That's all. Until I ate it right in front of her. I grabbed it, brought it to her, just ate it right in front of her. Laughed. And like, it's a ha-ha-ha thing that you're gonna see soon. Right? Right? Or do they laugh, or are they just like, like, they bare their teeth? We'll see. Okay. Microwave. Cookie cutters. For gingerbread monsters and... It's a microwave. I'm looking at a microwave, aren't I? Cookie cutters for gingerbread monsters and gingerbread humans. Where? In the cabinet? I'm looking at a microwave. What? What's wrong? It's a microwave. What are you talking about? There are clearly 5 lights. Or no, I'm the one who's like, there are 4 lights, and it's like, no, there are 5. I think that story, I heard about it on Distractable, Mark Blair's podcast, one of his podcasts with his friends, with a woman, like, posted that picture. It was like, this couch is clearly blue, right? And everyone's like, no, it's gray. She's like, it's blue, you're screwing with me, you're gaslighting me. And she finds out that she has some sort of, like, blue-gray colorblindness thing. She thinks that it looks blue, but it's really gray. Other people think it looks gray. But I clearly see a microwave here. I don't know about these cookie cutters of which you speak, right? It's the microwave. That's maybe a wire back there, connecting the microwave to the wall. Where are the cookie cutters? What are you talking about? Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight me. Don't gaslight Gatekeep Drill Boss. Okay? We don't have time for that. We don't have any time for that. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Refrigerator, yes, you are. For those of you who know that reference, you know. You know. Do you have chocolates? No chaya. There's a photo on the fridge. It's of you, your mother, and your brother, not a Astor. Was he edited out, Stalin style? Will we all be edited out because it's just one person? Like, oh, it was always them. It was just them the whole time. We've always been at war with East Asia. And chocolate rations are up 20%. Even though they're actually down 20%. But no, they're up. You can't admit that they're up. You must believe that they're down. You must say... No, sorry. You can't believe that they're down. You must say that they're up. You must believe it, even though you also know that it's false. You have to, at the same time as knowing that it's false, you have to believe that it's true. Because that's how it works. Always been at war with East Asia. Always only been one person in the picture. Yeah. Why can't I interact with the table? Why can't I check the table? Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna go to my room. Okay, yeah. What is this? Is this door small relative to Toriel and this door? Because it seems kind of small relative to our kid, right? You think that a kid would be shorter relative to the door. Well, again, it's just a design choice. Sink! Inside the sink cupboard, there's a can of icy school spray for the boys. Oh, that's the same as before? Oh, almost entirely full because Asra hasn't been here. Was it Asra used? I guess it was Asriel, and he hasn't been using it. That's the toilet. Flush it? Yes. Flush the toilet. Ah! Yes. Do it again. Flush it. Again. I forgot that happened. Whatever, do it again. Ah, keeps looking at me like, you idiot. You friggin' idiot. No. Let's go do some water. That's another thing I've wondered. Like, what does it mean to waste water and conserve water? Because doesn't the water just go back into the ground or the sewer or back into the cycle? Right? Can you really waste water? I mean, I guess you can, like, on like a temporary, in the short scale. It's like, oh, we ran out of water. Okay, don't have enough water. But the water that you use is now going somewhere, and eventually it should cycle back, right? I think. I don't know. I've never been quite clear on that. What it means to waste water when it's just gonna go somewhere else. I don't know. Well, like where I live, there's supposed to be like underground aquifers, right? So when we don't have sewers in my neighborhood, so does the water somehow get back into the aquifer, get back into the water table? I do not know how it works. Do not know. Well, hopefully this is entertaining content for some people, and I'm not just that hated being. You know, I hope I don't, like, everyone doesn't team up on me like that one person, Jellybean, for some reason. Like, people found them annoying, but then it got, like, really out of proportion where everyone, like, hated them. They even started, like, a subreddit on hating on them. Like, oh, okay. They're just one person with a channel and you don't like this stuff, okay. So if you don't like my stuff, then let's just keep it like that. You just don't like it. You just don't like it. You think I'm overbearing and spastic and not entertaining. But please don't create a subreddit dedicated to hating me, right? Like they did with Jellybean, and like that one woman did with Rachel Ray. She created like a whole website, I think, about hating Rachel Ray. Like, IHateRachelRay.com. I remember learning about it at some point years ago. Like that's a bit much. That's a bit overkill. Really, you don't have anything better to do in your life than just create an entire website dedicated to hating one person, one public figure, one influencer, or whatever. I don't know. So please be merciful. Please be kind. Please be kind in your discussions, or at least in the things you say to me. You know, and try to be kind to each other. That's one thing. If that's something I can impart to viewers, be kind. Have courage and be kind. Always try to be nice, never fail to be kind. Never cruel or cowardly. Never cruel or cowardly, and then is it if you are always make amends, or is it something else? If you do something, if you're mean, do something wrong, always make amends. And never eat pears. Okay, doctor. I let you go. Remember if Chris just regenerated right here? What was this? Charlotte, there's a small container of apple-scented shampoo. A gallon-sized container of pet shampoo. Well, why is it pet shampoo? Shouldn't it be monster shampoo? Unless they're getting it from a human source, human manufacturers. Which is like, oh, okay, then it's for pets, but you can also use it monsters. You guys can use it too. Oh, nothing? Okay. Gallon-sized container of pet shampoo. Okay. This is gonna be important later, I remember. It's gonna be important. The math, can I check the math? No. Oh, nothing? No, I can't check this thing. But it's gonna be important. Let's go. Let's go. No thoughts on my flushing? No more thoughts on my superfluous flushing? I was actually doing fine, okay? The person controlling me was just being a little silly, being a little lollygaggy. Lollygaggy. And, I'm gonna go to bed now, and nothing unusual is gonna happen. It's like something very unusual is gonna happen. Well, maybe it's usual for me, but not usual for most people, as far as I know. Turns to me, you idiot, right? Can I do that from time to time during my, when I'm doing this? Just at some point they'll go, like with Chris or even with Frisk if I play Undertale, they'll be like, just be like, you idiot. There's something funny about that. Yeah, quiet down, brain, quiet down, brain. I do have self-control. It's just, when I lollygag too long, it's like hard to stop lollygagging. And also it's late at night. For me. Not for Chris. Or like, sunset, I guess, for Chris. Dusk, if you will. Okay. Alright, have a good night, Toriel. Have a good night. I won't eat the pie. Psych, I might actually eat all the pie. Okay, let's go. Good night. Okay, let's go. Self-control, I need to exercise more self-control. Oh, right. It's not just my room, it's the hallway first. The same as before. Tales of snails. This is not Tales of scientific reputation. It says Happy Garden. Not really. A signed copy of the History of Humans and Monsters by person. I saw something, I think, was it on Reddit? Or it was like something someone made me. It was like, I just saw something somewhere where it was like, where do all the snails go when it's dry? Like, it rains and I look outside and there's snails everywhere. Everywhere on the grass, everywhere on the ground, everywhere. Well, where do they go when it's not raining? Where do they go when it's dry? Maybe they go underground. Do they go underground? Or maybe they... How would they go underground? I don't know. They live under bushes and stuff? Where they have little snail burrows? I'm not sure how they would make burrows, but... Yeah, where'd they go? Where do all the snails go? Do they go where the cicadas go? When it's like... When it's not time for cicadas? Another thing I wonder... I can look this up, I guess. When the cicadas come out of the ground to like mate and stuff, that's the only time they're mating? So do they actually live that long? Like however long that their cycle, that cicada group cycle lasts, do they live that long underground? Are they like in hibernation or something? Can we put cicada genes into ourselves to make us like hibernate? I don't know if cicadas would be the best option. I mean, if they live that long underground, like 17 years or whatever. Granted, we live longer than that, kind of longer than that, but like, do they need food or anything? Like, or do they just like go into stasis, you know? I mean, like, unless they are like living and eating and breeding underground, but if that's the case, then why do they need to come above ground to breed every so often? I don't know, it's interesting, right? It's interesting. You're interested? You're interested in this? Should I create a different cut of this video that's like Deltarune without lollygagging? There's a lot of lollygagging here. Lollygagging here toward the end. Let's try to finish it. Try to finish it while I still have... I don't want to say something about neurons because I don't want to jinx anything. We just do it. Let me just finish it before I go to bed. And then Chris can go to bed, do his thing, and I can go to bed. And then tomorrow. Tomorrow either I'll start editing this, or maybe I'll start chatting with you, I don't know. I'll do one or the other. I don't freaking know. I don't know. Okay. Let's go. Sometimes I want to be with my brain, like the ADD, OCD. I want to be like, you listen to me now, right? Like Otto Octavius, you know. Listen to me. I will not die a monster. Not that it makes me a monster or anything, but you know. Let's go. Fant. Yes, there is. There's so much to say about cactuses. Crayons in the drawer, their labels are long faded, and there's no green. Right, does Azrael like them? Did he take them with him? Did he eat them? I don't know. Door's locked. Maybe those who are dead. Please give me. After everything, it's still you. It's only you. Aw. Like, after everything, it's still you, and then they turn, you idiot. You idiot. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Oh. What? Oh, I heard. Okay. This can all be the same. Red wagon with a rusty birdcage in it. Looks like it's seen quite a few crashes. Why would you have a birdcage in a wagon? I don't understand the context of that. The computer desk. There are many boxes under filled old books. Is this all gonna be the same as before? There are CDs under the bed. Classical, jazz, religious, ska. Ezra likes religious ska. So game console has one normal controller and one knockoff one. Right. Right. Wasn't there people talk about like that? Like, did Azrael let me play the good one? He played the less good one, or did he keep the good one to himself? I don't think that he would. Even what we know about Azrael, he doesn't sound like he'd do that, unless he's like a different person from what we think. You know. I don't know. What is the narrative he's telling? You know. I don't know, because like we find out that like Kara wasn't necessarily the best person, but Chris seems more like the equivalent of Kara. And Azrael was always so nice, you know. Of course, as the whole Flowey thing happened, but Azrael always seemed like a good kid, a good seed. So, good seed, Flowey. Good seed. So what is the story here? Like, are we gonna see him at some point? Hopefully we do, right? The drawer's mostly empty except for your old school ID with embarrassing haircut. Right, isn't that what we get for the second slot? If we're using the second save slot, or something different for the first, it would be something different for the third. Right? Maybe we can't check this. It's like, what is this? What's the significance of this? What's the significance? What's the significance of pushing the hatch numbers every 108 minutes? And why did the Dharma Initiative not automate that process? That's a deep cut for some of you guys, right? Song got lost. You know, something like that. Window. It's a beautiful day outside. Perfect for jumping out the window and causing some mischief and ripping out one's soul and laughing maniacally or whatever. Okay. This has been taking so long. Closed drawer. Anything else? That's it. Closed drawer. Interesting. Look at the contrast. Look how bright it is. Everything's like orangey and stuff, or most of it is. And then here it's also drab. What is the story here? What story is Toby telling? You know? And what is Chris's problem? You know? Is it PTSD like the science guy said in that one video? What's the deal? What's the story? You know? What's the story here? Bed. Business. This is the floor. Go to bed. What if I say no? Sleep later. Sleep later. I have promises to keep and miles to go before I sleep. Yes. All right, let's go in for the night. And this will end the chapter, right? And then I will I'll carry over the data to the next chapter. But if I come back to this chapter, won't I have to start over again at the throne room if I go with this save, right? So how does that work, right? Why is that the way it works? Am I wrong about that? I feel like that's the way it works, right? Okay. Wait. I say something and they're like, you idiot. Wait, move too fast. Move too fast. You idiot. It's funny. Self-deprecating-y. Is music nice? I'm sorry if some of you guys want to like throw your TV, your computer, or phone out the window by now. You're like, get to the point, finish the chapter, just finish, just stop lollygagging. You're like the king of lollygagging, knock it off. You know. You see why I like Boo? Because, sorry, Boo, I'm trying to say it right. Because like she's like craziness about her streams, you know. I feel like her stuff is like it's at the intersection of cute, clever, and crazy, and I like that. Hopefully it can kind of be like that, you know. All right, bye bye, Boo, later. Okay, let's go. Yeah, brain. Oh, go along with me. Don't these pillows kind of look at their faces, right? Kind of like, ooh, look at me, little face on the pillow. Hold on, need the closure, need the musical closure. Looks like it's fully charged. My remote's fully charged. Nice. All right, let's go. Look how neat Azrael's bed is, and ours is not, or is clearly not. Our shelves are bare. We just have the lamp on the nightstand, nothing else. Okay, let's go. Let's go. If you kill me, you'll be just like everyone else. Since when was that such a bad thing? Sorry. Good about this chapter, your adventures will end. Any adventures, Winnie the Pooh. Will you go to bed? Sure. Here we go, guys. Decided to go to bed. Here we go, guys. That took like forever. Not really, but you know what I mean. Hyperbolically forever. Figuratively forever, as they would say in series of unfortunate events. Not literally, figuratively. Ew, it's so unnatural and creepy. Right? It's like the body. It's Chris's like body doing it in a way. This is what it seems like. Ew! Like using the determination that exists in the body and not the soul, I guess. Creepy as heck. Stands in the middle of the room. Ew! Rips it out. Ew! Catchy, grabby. Ew! But then there's no blood, right? They reach into their body, rip out the soul, but there's no blood. Creepy. Throws it into the birdcage. And then look. I'm trying to move it. I can move the heart. I can move the soul a little bit. Not Chris. Pulls out the knife. Now, where'd you have that knife? Did you go to bed with that knife? Ew! Creepy as heck. Okay, so they don't laugh there, but do they laugh later? The friggin' face they make, with the teeth, and the friggin' red eye. It's like, what does it mean? Oh, right, the song. Nice. The song's pretty, right? Pretty. Like, is there any connection to Cora? Is there any connection to, like, genocide route, or, like, the corrupted pacifist route, or, you know?
There's a light inside your soul that's still shining in the cold with the truth, the promise in our hearts.
Who sings this?
Don't forget, I'm with you in the dark.
So cute. To be continued. It's like I want to see the whole story, get the whole thing. You know, I know that it takes time to develop this stuff. Of course, COVID messed with things, right? Oh, it's just so cool. It's like, what is the story? What's going on? Okay, that's interesting. Right now, I don't know what this is going to do. I don't quite understand. I did this before, right? And it probably just went straight to chapter 2. What if I keep playing chapter 1? I mean, if worst comes to worst, I'll just do the ending again. But do I? Hold on. Wait. Please go to the gate selection. Please go to the level selection. Please go to the level selection. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I assume that if I hit continue, like if I hit play chapter 2, it would just do the same thing as if in the chapter selection I selected chapter 2, right? See, it's the throne room. So I would go back to there before I fought the king. But it's like, how does that work? Right? It's like, what then? Is this real in universe? Like this idea of like, well, I guess it's not, maybe, because we've never seen for sure Chris like rewinding time in the light worlds. So if they don't have that ability, then they wouldn't be able to go back if they had, gone on to the next day and stuff. So maybe this is just purely a game thing, where we go back. For some reason, there's no save after. I don't think we can save. There's a save point after the fight with the king. But it does make sense there not being any save points in the light world at the end. Right, but it's like now I can't just go back and just walk around the town. I have to fight the king again. Right, so that's my original save when I did chapter 1. This is the one I just continued. It took me over 5 hours to beat it. Whoa, almost 2 hours more than it took me the first time. And then this is what I left. I was inside the castle, and I was like, okay, I can fight Bevel later. Devil later. Bevel is the one in Chicken Nugget, right? I can fight Devil later, but I can keep moving with the story with this. All right. I'm not going to. If I copied file again, I would save file. I'd have to erase another one, right? I don't even want to try it. I don't want to risk it. Just to see what happened. I don't want to risk it. Beautiful music. Alright, broadcast phone. Right. So beautiful. Part doesn't go right into the other part. Anyways, let's go. Why is there the one thing in East Asian script at the bottom? Cyber's world. Oh, there's an asterisk for each No, that doesn't make sense, because I have 3 saved files. Maybe it's an asterisk for each time I beat the level, or each time for each save file I have where I beat the level, even if I have to go back to before I beat it. If I went back in, it'd be music, right? Okay, so next time around we will be playing chapter 2. I will be, of course, I'll be using the second save slot, I believe, and I will be importing my data from the second save slot. And it's interesting, like, does it like, it knows, the game knows that I completed the chapter, that I went to bed as Chris, that whole thing happened at the end. But it doesn't seem to save, like, it knows, but it doesn't, like, acknowledge it in the sense that, like, we can't just go back to the very end of the chapter. We have to go back to the throne room. So there's nothing. Right, okay, so in the fight, right, in the fight with, where we're going with this, in the fight with the king, you can, like, you can eat things and stuff, and, you know, you can lose things in your inventory, right? And wouldn't that carry over into chapter 2? So, but then if you were to go back to the ending, you could then finish the level with things going differently, right? You might not eat a specific item, or even in the light world, there's that ball of stuff that Chris has in their pocket that they can choose to keep or drop. Is there also a use option? I'm not sure what that would have meant. Maybe this music, if you can even call it music, is foreboding. So things seem to happen after that last save point that should carry over into the next chapter, I believe. But you can still play you can still go back to that save, finish the chapter, do it a somewhat different way that should have then affect your inventory later on, right? But I imagine that it just goes by what it was the first time around on that with that save. Assuming that, I imagine that it should. Certain inventory things carry over, right? So, but I imagine that's what you do the first time around. If you go back around and finish the chapter again, it doesn't change anything. Unless, I wonder what would happen if you went to a previous save, right? Like, I went back to one of those saves where I'm in the throne room, I finish the chapter, and then it asks me to go directly to chapter 2, and I say yes. Would that be different? Would it then save? Would I then have the ability to carry over specifically that way I ended chapter 2 that time, and have that carry over? Or not? You know, like, how much does it acknowledge different times you go back in and redo the ending? I don't know. But next time we will be doing chapter 2. And so what? So this doing chapter 1 took about 3 days, right, for me, about 3 nights. Don't know how long Cyber World will take. I don't know how long it will take for this actual video of chapter 1 to come out. Same, I don't know how long it will take to do chapter 2. So on and so forth. 3 or 4. It's like, when are these later chapters gonna come out? You know, we're waiting for it, you know. But at least we got these two, you know, to hold us over, you know. So if I deleted one of those saves where I beat it, if I deleted the save in slot 1 or slot 2, one of these asterisks would disappear. And say I deleted the second one, I imagine that the second asterisk would disappear. What if I deleted the first one? The save in this first slot, would it still be one asterisk? Would it be one asterisk and it be the one on the top? Or, because each asterisk represents a slot, would the first one disappear and then would be the second one? I wonder. Because it only counting the amount of saves where I've beat the game, or is it also recognizing which slot I beat the level, which slot I beat the level in? Interesting that that the asterisk, I guess, represents each save where I beat the level, not each save I have. Because there's that third one that I made where I hadn't beaten the level yet. So, which means that it knows which saves I did beat the level on, even though if you go back into that save, you have to go there before the fight with the king. Right? Isn't that interesting? And I wonder about how the saves work, in the dark world, in the dark worlds, how it relates to the light world. You'll see in the beginning of chapter 2, something happens where I'm like, did Chris just load a save in the light worlds? Because it seems like something happens and then it's undone, or you'll see. If you haven't seen it already, you'll see. I mean, if you haven't seen it, I guess I've spoiled a lot, but anyway, but how does it work, And if Chris can like make saves and load saves in the light worlds, what's the limit to that? Are they rewinding time for the entire planet, the entire universe? There's the possibility that people have discussed where in Undertale, maybe the rewinding is confined to the underground. Like you can rewind. Someone with the most determination in the underground can rewind time, but time's not flowing backwards for the people outside of the barrier. Of course, that leads to the question of, well, what if you rewinded time before, like after, like a human just fell through the barrier and it ended up in the underground? What happens if you then rewind time to before that point, before they fell in? Can you not? Are you not allowed to rewind time to before they fell in? Or is it something like, yes, you're rewinding time in the underground to before they fell in, and yes, they already fell in from the point of view of the outside, so for now they're nowhere. They're sort of like stored in the barrier, and then when time in the underground catches up to when they originally fell in the underground time, they like come out of the barrier and come through. I don't know. But how does it work? Can Chris load saves? Yeah, can Chris load saves in the light world? And also, is Chris aware? Is Chris aware of the saves? Like, I guess we're supposed to believe that Frisk is, right? That Frisk is aware of the saves. Well, they have to be, right? If we want them to remember the fight with Asgore, that then doesn't happen after we go back. I like to believe that Chris actually remembers that happening. Fighting Asgore, neither of them like killing the other, but then the whole thing with Flowey happening. I like to believe that. So I like to believe that Chris. I feel like most people probably agree or believe that Frisk is aware of the saves or aware of the rewinding or something. But is Chris? Don't know if we have firm evidence that he is. But then again, there are other things that seem to indicate that, like, Chris is aware of certain things, or Chris is being controlled by someone who's aware of certain things. Like, how does Chris know how to tell Susie how to solve the puzzle when they're in the dungeon when they can't see it? Well, we can. Like that puzzle I still don't understand that puzzle in the ruins in Undertale. It's like the walking through one doorway isn't entering a new room, it's just changed perspective, right? Like, I understand that from a gameplay standpoint. We're seeing the room from a different angle. But what the heck is it like from Frisk's point of view? How is it even a puzzle? Or is Frisk somehow being looped back to another part of the room, the other door? Like, are they somehow seeing it from our perspective? Or are they suddenly put into like a third person perspective for that puzzle, maybe through magic? I don't know. Unless it's something like weird. Again, something weird where like all the humans who come into the underground are like controlled by some being with a higher consciousness who like has that third person perspective, and no. And the puzzle is meant for them, the person in control, not so much the person being controlled. I don't know how it works. I mean, that could tie into the whole simulation theory. Are the humans being controlled by beings from outside the simulation? I don't know. But it's interesting to think about. But yeah, but I am curious, you know, is Frisk aware of the saves in the Dark World, and can Frisk save in the Light Worlds? So the beginning. Obviously, chapter 1's called the beginning. The Cyber's world makes sense, because it's the cyber world. Late night. Well, it starts at night, right? It's like the middle of the night when, at the end of chapter 2, when that thing happens, you know? Prophecy, though. What about prophecy? You don't even know about the prophecy. What's that gonna mean? Oh, and it's the Deltarune symbol. The first one's a spade, obviously, the card stuff. Second one's picture of the Cyber King. What the heck is the third one? Why is it like a creepy smile? And then the Deltarune symbol. And we don't have the names or symbols, names or pictures for the later chapters. So I gotta stop listening to this creepy sound. I am going to... I'm gonna get out of this. So we're gonna get out of this without just getting out of the game? No. Okay. The most out I can go within the game. I am going to close the game. Interesting that's 2018 to 2025. When did the first chapter come out? Was it 2017 or 2018? I guess it was 2018, because otherwise, why would this be the copyright? Deltarune version 15. Right? What is with the... I don't know if that's... Is that Japanese? Looks like Chinese, Japanese, or Korean? I wonder why that's there, even in an English version. Does it mean anything? Is there some significance? I guess I could find a translation. I don't know what it means. Oh, let's go. Thank you for watching and putting up with my lollygagging. If you did, you know, if you fast forwarded through it, that's fine. That's fine. All right, let's go. Let's go. Have a good night if it's night for you. I gotta go to bed. Oh wow. Okay, let's go. And I will end the recording here. See you later.